Man, that was a quick 5 minutes, man. This is good content. I would hope so. They're actually fun to make, but I run out of ideas sometimes. So I just let whatever first comes to mind is what I put in those. So like I didn't have to add the division thing, but I added the division thing because it was the first thing to come to mind. Some Snowblade, some Molly, some Not My Own, Chewy, Reaper, sub guys. Daily savings time difference? Dude, you need to get notifications for people's streams. I only have notifications for one stream because honestly, I never know when Grimmy's gonna go live. She says 5 days a week, but it can be any 5 days out of the 7. What's up, Juice and Sour? I have notifications. Oh. Well, then I don't know what to suggest. Dude, there's a 95. The 95. Ain't that crazy? 95 stream streak. In 5 days, it'll be 100. Well, not 5 consecutive days at the moment, not back to back, but 5 stream days. What's up, Lunaris? Until it happens again. Well, that's not until what, November? When is it usually? Or is it October? November, the 1st of November. I own your apartment now. Dude, enjoy. It's on the 99th floor. Can you live on the 99th floor? I don't know where this, well, actually, now I think about it, I'm looking at the screen, and yeah, it's right there. You can tell it's the 99th floor. I could never actually live on the 99th floor. First and foremost, way too high up. It would take way too long to get from the first floor to the 99th floor. And what if the elevator just stops halfway through? Yep, exactly. And the elevator would freak me out precisely. You would have to wait there for 99 floors. Even people without fear of heights would be scared. It's understandable. That's crazy. I would take the stairs. Would you? 99 floors worth of stairs. Easy working out? Yeah, you would collapse probably halfway through, dude. How many stairs on a 99 floor building? How many steps is that? Calculate it for me. Let's go. 1,584 stairs. Huh. That's not as much as I thought. But it's still 99 floors. No, I wouldn't. Dude, I do not believe you. There's a difference between walking across like a warehouse or whatever and going up the stairs. There's a difference. You're raising your foot way higher up. You're going upwards. There's a difference. I would do it. You know? You know what? I choose to believe you, actually. Yeah, you would do it. What's up, Rose? I identify as monkey. Yes. What's up, Gerjuvi? Hold on, I have to streak. Yeah, the 80 stream streak. Look at these streaks, man. Hell yeah. Crazy. 1,000 does not seem like enough stairs. That's 10 stairs of floor. Well, it was... The average building has 16 steps up a floor, right? It's 8 and then 8 to get from one floor to the other, right? So 16, and that's 99 floors. The math does math, but I still think there's a drastic difference between walking around normally, even if you're pacing yourself, and going up the stairs. I said that from like experience of being in a 4-floor high school, and I wasn't exactly fit, and you know, I even had gym class at those times, and trying to get up those stairs from the first floor to the fourth. How many steps did you say in total? I don't know. It was like 1,500. I think it was 1,549. I found a game for you. You play as a cook raccoon on a ship. Whoa. That sounds kind of cool. I've actually been playing a typing chef game called The Chef's Shift. What's up, Bisham? I'll get my workout on, bruv. Yeah, but it would take you a while to be conditioned for 1,549 steps. Cooking chef? Yes. It is the chef's shift, and the premise is that you do all of the tasks. You know what? Let me show you. Let me just show you, huh? I'm gonna do a quick run through of it. They broke RuneScape today. Mobs could walk anywhere. Wait, that's awesome. What? I mean, rip if like some random hardcore player just got attacked by a greater demon in like, I don't know, I can't think of in Varrock. I don't think that one could make it that far, but that's crazy if so. You were at sea? Oh. Did you die? Oh, wait, no, you were at sea. No, it's good. I haven't seen much about sailing. So people died? Like hardcores just randomly died? Are they gonna re-roll the server? What's gonna happen there? Not gonna do anything after fixing it? I don't know if you love to see that or if you hate to see that. I feel like these days it's not a very good thing. We're gonna do a quick run of this. I'm not even gonna change categories. Just for the record, can't even use the mouse in this game. You have to type everything. I'm gonna do the endless mode, but I need to like upgrade some stuff. Oh, can I not? Oh, I can. Let's do like more tray space. Let's do the candle, carpet. I'm just unlocking the stuff I already had. I don't think I had plant. Yeah, I did. I did have plant. The customers can be whatever. These can be, that's fine. Let's do a group of 4 maximum. I think that's the default anyway. Okay, everything else is pretty much... Yeah. So this is how it begins. And then you want to, like, prepare yourself, start cooking. Grab the food that's cooking. Then you go, you know, over here. Make some pizza. Then you gotta go deliver it. And then you gotta go over here. And then deliver it again. And then do this stuff. Gotta shoot the rat. Gotta get your pizza. Hand this in right here. Do this. Don't want a typo. That sucks if you do. This looks hectic but cool. It's honestly really fun. But man. Yeah, and you have to like type in caps sometimes. I would say this is a Juby game for the cooking, but for nothing else. Sometimes you gotta type in the numbers. You can like queue stuff up though. They also want this, and then they want this. Hand this in. Go grab this. Grab this. I'm not good with number typing, not gonna lie. And then you got the mimes. They don't type words. They type symbols. It's really annoying. Hand that in. Then we gotta shoot the rat again. And then we got this, and we need 2 of these. Gonna go hand this in. How do you know what ingredients you need? They give you a tutorial, but you just kind of memorize it. It's honestly not as hard as you think. It's whatever they're ordering, right? So, for example, you see, I'm gonna pause it for a moment. The group right behind here just ordered a mushroom pizza. So you gotta go and make a pizza, which is the first 3 ingredients. And then either wrong is pepperoni or it's mushroom. And then this person wants this and this. Go hand this in, get this. And then, you know, they get a little bit impatient, so you gotta be quick with that too. Some of them are like foreigners, so the foreigners literally make you type foreign words. So if you're good at typing English words, well, get cooked, I guess. Also, you gotta shoot. I don't actually know what the rat does because I never let it catch me. I like blast that dude the moment I see him. It's kind of funny. Really is typing? It is. I'm not built for the super typing though. I'm gonna be honest. It gets like a little... If you're not fast enough, dude, it can get pretty bad pretty quick. This guy wants this, and he wants this. Minuto. Oh. If you stop for 1 second, it's kind of cooked, because more groups keep showing up as the day progresses. This is endless mode, though, so you don't lose. But as you can see up top, I have made 163 customers happy, and 15 of them are very mad at me. Very, very mad. Huh? But honestly, it's fun for what it is. It could get a little, like, anxiety-inducing. If you let, like... If you take a break in between to, like, focus up or something. Oh, my God. These clients are the worst. They're VIPs. Which means if anybody else orders around you, they have to wait. If you have someone that's 1 heart left, doesn't matter. You have to prio the VIPs. As you can see, I can't do anything for these people now. I have to get the VIPs their food. Karen mod, basically. But honestly, if you just pre-plan everything and you have the upgrades, it's pretty decent. I did this without upgrades at first. Karen mod. Oh, Played Up. I thought Ty would get it, but then he said that the moment passed. There's a lot of stuff you can just get working right off the rip. Mostly, like, the pizza takes a while to cook. What's up, Ty? Any orders? What? We had a friend in VC when I was playing this, and he mentioned how funny it is that I prioritize shooting the rat before anything else. I was like, that's a good point. Hey, look, a smiley face. No! Bisha bald! This is so sad. So they want this. They want this. They want this. Obviously, you can do this a lot more efficiently. Like, get their whole order first at the kitchen rather than me running around to get at them. But I'm so used to only having 3 spots for my tray. So it's a little manage. Okay, so they want this, and then they want not that. They want this. Fish. Crack. What do you mean I'm typoing? I'm really about numbers. What is this? What do you mean? It's a typing cooking game. Oh, great, a VIP showed up. Just great. Fortunately, their order is pretty simple. Anyways, I'm only showing it off. We're not gonna play this whole thing. Fun game. It has an interesting story, so if you like typing and cooking, this is a good game for you. You know, there's no, like, downside to typoing aside from... I mean, slowing down your progress, I guess. I don't like typing? Fair, but you like cooking. Do. Man. When you first start out, the oven is very slow. You only have one of these fryers. You can only have a certain amount of, like, coffee available. The worst is the pizza. It's, like, really slow normally. So you have to, like, cryo pizza people or have it pre-made. But you have to hold it in your inventory. This is the normal Friar speed. Huh? What? How did I typo damage? Sometimes I don't even know what I'm typoing and how. What? Oh. Like, what is Feltro? Velcro. Anyways, yeah. There's that. Cool game. Very fun. Not what we're here to play today, but figured I'd show it off. Pretty cool. It's called The Chef's Shift. If you're interested, go check it out. Pretty cool. Pretty fun. One of those games that I play off stream lately. Peaky Blinders movie got me wanting to be British again, huh? What does it even mean? Dude, yes, that's exactly what I said. Installing Spotify, what are you talking about? No, today we are still locked in to Retro Rewind. We're gonna go back to our store. The game is very fun. I don't really know what to expect. I think today we'll reach the summertime, which is cool. Dude, this music. Oh my god. It's just so good. I don't know if it's just because it's nostalgic. It sounds like something that like Adult Swim would use for one of their bumps. Forgot this button, dude. Look at that 90 stream streak. Hell yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. The whole of the British population is like that. Why are you British? Why? Why or why not? I want to go back to London. I could have, in August. No, July. But we did not. Hey, 95 streak. Look at that. Thank you guys for the streak. It's crazy. Come visit me right now. That is not doable, unfortunately. Through the monetary department of ICO, I'm cooked. But maybe in September, question mark, it is possible that I will be in the UK. Maybe. Dude, Twitch is so funny. We have been at 7,299 followers for like a hot minute now. And I assume it's because we get followed by bots and they eventually finally get caught and banned. And the real followers show up. But now I don't know how many bot followers we have. I've reported and removed so many. We used to be at 15,000 followers, by the way. 15,000. The good old VR chat bot wave, man. Damn, yeah. Yep. It's because back then, dude, we had, I don't know, if you were like a somewhat larger than average VR chat streamer, people would, I don't know if they just thought they were helping. I mean, there was an era where, you know, the crashers were showing up and they were purchasing like follow bots and view bots for streamers so that, you know, the streamers freak out. But, you know, I'm so numb to that at this point because of how often it happened Again, 15,000 followers. Now we're at 7.3K. You can actually see it. If you went into the metrics, let's see. I don't remember which one's like the most viable. Do Solinome, Ico. Can't be 365 days. I would have to go like 2020, or was it 2021? When did it happen? When did the dip happen? We're doing followers. Where's followers? Yeah. January 2020, I had 2,587. December of 2020, 9,790 followers. Okay, and then you go to 2021. Oh my god. Okay. Followers, 10,520. And then you just see this massive dip when I went into the Twitch. There's this like, his name is Commander Root, and he has this like custom command in his little like website. When you go to it, you click it, it just removes every single bot follower. So I went from 10,521 to 6,658 in a day. In April of 2021. Wait, so are the rest legitimate or mostly legitimate? Because wait, I think the rest are actually just legit. They don't really skyrocket anywhere. Huh. Wait, maybe it is. Then I don't know. 2 off 6660. Yeah. I don't know. That was a weird time. Yeah, we just it was a very frequent thing for a lot of streamers, and I would probably say that a lot of them did not even bother removing the bot, which is fine. Like, who cares? I don't think anyone looks at your follow numbers. It's all viewer count, especially like sponsors. They don't care how many followers you have, because you can have 100,000 followers, but only 10 people watch you nowadays. So, you know. But it is very, very interesting to see. That was during the Crasher arc. Wait, they do? They look at follow count the most? I always thought it was just view count. I think follow count. I don't know. Maybe you're right. But I feel like follow count is inflated everywhere, so like extremely. Like on Twitter, I'm followed by so many bots. I don't even use Twitter anymore. When I used to do influencer marketing, the tool we used to find creators used follow count as the main metric. Huh. Interesting. I mean, I have no reason to... I don't have the experience in that, so... You know more than I do. Oh, engagement rate. View count is more botted than anything. I don't know, dude, because I feel like follow botting is like a permanent thing until the bots get banned, at least. As opposed to just, yeah, view count's consistent, but because Twitch doesn't have that, we just looked at followers. Huh. I mean, fair, yeah. I understand where it's. I understand, but my brain just figured it was always view count, or like at least the frequency of chatting, chatter frequency. I applied to be a partner with a specific brand. I'm not getting more into that for now. Technically, they said yes. I've just been waiting for more information on it. I don't know what information they used to verify to you know. I'm not sure. At least now it should be more. If you suddenly had the best 3D printer on the market, what's the first thing you would 3D print? An RPG. Yep. RPG. Just a life-sized RPG. I would then spray paint it, whatever, and make it look as real as possible. And then probably some sort of armor. It would make more sense, but yeah, the tools a lot of brands use don't show viewerships and chats. I mean, also, yeah, that's a very good point. Sounds crap but flawed. Like, engagement on Instagram and Twitter counts for random shit, like how many times it was scrolled past, not likes, comments, and shares. We would separate that out and calculate our own engagement rate. Oh, okay. Okay. I do like role-playing games. Life-size Rebecca from Cyberpunk Edgerunners. No. Absolutely not. You wouldn't print out a life-size replica of Lady D from Resident Evil? "12 inches tall." That is interesting. Well, in that case, I wonder how many people contact me solely off of the follower count on like Twitch, not knowing that like the VR chat era was my peak. You know? Averaging like 60 viewers on good days. I was averaging more like 45 during the VR chat era. Oh, dude, look how nice it looks. Oh, welcome to work today. God, she's like on coke. Hey man, when's VR chat on? Oh, dude, you're so funny, man. I just saw someone printing a full-size Rebecca on TikTok. What's in the box? Dude, I don't think Naticus has even been on VR chat. The last thing I remember from the VR chat events Discord before I left it, which was like a year and a half ago now, but the last thing I remember is Naticus was burnt out. And then he gave us another like three what's in the boxes after the burnout. And I'm like, damn, dude. It was a good run. That, unironically, was the last thing keeping me locked into VR chat. And now I'm good. Now I'm okay. I will not be making a return. I will not be making a return. Come to my store. I never did see how they drop these off. Y'all don't even open the little thing. Come to my store. He already made a return like last week. Now, to be fair, we were waiting for Radiant so we can play Phasmophobia, okay?
Ooh. Oh.
then I uninstalled immediately after. Newlywed Mammoth. Enjoy.
Ooh.
Dude, how much branding inspiration is too much to be based off of something else? Like, am I gonna get sued if I just put an Adult Swim? I mean, we literally, the bottom right corner has Ico, but in the Adult Swim font. It's also not even properly cornered. I don't think I got to watch y'all Phasma that day. I mean, you didn't. I mean, you were on for a very short moment, but you had I think you had a really bad headache that day. I remember in the chat. Yo, dude, coincidentally, every time that Leaf and I do a collab, Chewy has a really bad headache. Do I really not have a single bad romance film? For what? We're very inspired by Adult Swim lately. I mean, we have been for a long time. But my intro sequence is fully Adult Swim, like bumps. I feel like Adult Swim wouldn't care, to be fair. Do I really not have a... Come on, man. No bad movies that are romance? No. We're cooked. You're towing a line with that logo, but I don't think you can trademark White Helvetica on black backgrounds. In the bottom right corner with brackets, dude, I think that's pushing it. The reason I ask is because my profile picture in the Discord server. What have you done? I hate... What is she doing, man? Come on. Is just IY. It's just IOI, but in the Adult Swim, like, profile picture. I think that's their YouTube one. Sorry, sir. You're gonna have to wait. I don't have a single romance film that I can give you right now. That Chewy guy just hates you guys that much, I guess? Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't like when we collab. I don't understand. I'm not buying a bunch of random movies. Hurry! I think that's kind of base because you never do. Never do what? Hi. Oh, he left. He got sick of it.
Wow.
So they do have a waiting period that eventually expires. I should have just given him a normal, like, romance film. What was that Ace's Plant movie? Dude, I already forgot. In the marketplace? Oh, Ace's in Plant? It is bad. It is very bad. Sanders, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You want a release of Phone Home?
Ooh.
It looks cool though. I mean, it sounds cool. It looks cool, but there's no point. I really wish I could be around more. I mean, you just have nighttime schedule because you work late. Let's appreciate what we have, because if my schedule changes drastically in due time, I think there won't be a Chewy in the Ico chat very often at all. Biscuit boxing.
Ooh.
Like, is this... How questionable is this? I mean, it's got my own spin on it, right?
Hi.
Oh yeah, this is a banger. I mean, I really don't think Adult Swim would ever care. Considering their whole thing has always been parody, right? Like adult Robot Chicken. You want an action movie? Dude, let me recommend. Where's the one film? Is it booked? This one. Wait, was this bad? What? Where's the other one?
Oh.
This one.
Oh.
Banger song, never played at Guitar Center though. Or you're in big trouble. I like that old trend of people making their own Adult Swim bumpers in their bedrooms. Oh, I remember that. It was so cool. I always wished I made my own, but I don't know. I never felt creative enough. The most copyright infringing thing, like I said on Perry Listener, you can't copyright white Helvetica on black backgrounds. It's just their thing, but it's so generic. Dude, it's literally Adult Swim. I don't know. Pay the fee. You want a Christmas movie? I don't think anyone looks at something like this and doesn't think Adult Swim unless they're too young. Or just too old. And never watched it. I think I like the pacing more on this one. The first one had probably the best pacing out of all the ones that I made. That being said, this isn't my brand or anything, it's just cool inspiration. I feel like they wouldn't mind inspiration of that set. I never watched it when I was a kid because I thought it was for adults. I remember very specifically that there was a night, I don't, it was supposed to be Toonami or something. I thought it was gonna be Toonami, but instead it was Adult Swim. I don't know. And I see the intro sequence. It was like, you know, they had like a cool transition between like Cartoon Network and Adult Swim. But what I remember the most is falling asleep watching some. I think it might have been Metalocalypse or something, or it might have been Aqua Team Hunger Force. It was one of those. It doesn't matter. I fell asleep and I woke up to the really old one. You know, the one where it's like Adult Swim is signing off, but it's the pool. It's like, adults, please come out of the pool. Adult Swim is closing. It is time to leave the pool. Attention, Adult Swim is closing. Or something like that. Dude, I found that one like the other day and I'm like, dude, I remember seeing that by accident. The cougar wants my pirate. The middleman's old appliance. Who ordered the hot plant pot? Why are they all bad? What's with the pizza? We need more adult films so this makes sense. I do remember Oddworld. Oh, man. Obviously, I was more into... Hello? I was more into Toonami at the time, for sure. There's no denying though. I watched my fair share of Adult Swim. I watched Inuyasha as it aired. So that was cool. I really liked Inuyasha. It's Joe over chat. Oh, it literally tells you your starting movie genres. Horror, drama, and adult. What? We can never buy those, though. I wonder if it's just because of the market guy. The Bull Corporation. Tentacle Spellcaster. Cigarettes famous... Oh, wait, the music's loud, is it? Has it been loud the whole time? Or was it fine? That being said, I'm only asking out of curiosity. I don't think we're so into the branding that it would be like copyright. The only reason I was asking is because my profile picture in the Discord server is just it's just Adult Swim, but it's IY, it's Ico. So it just made me wonder. I don't know. I think an intro sequence is fine. Maybe not so much the bottom right corner thing, but I don't know. I like Adult Swim. Like I said, I've been watching Robot Chicken. Where's she at? She done organizing? Yeah. Basically done. Oh, what broke? Uncle Between Our Hearts. Feel like we don't wanna lose that one. I know I just said, is the music loud, but... Banger. I find in the Discord to lose track of who's who and worry about saying something stupid. You're fine. You're fine. We do these name themes every month, so it's understandable that people get lost and confused. We do them all the time. Two cats in the yard. Life used to be so hard. Used to be. Slow start for you today. You're the first one here. Let's look at the new releases. Well, not new releases, but... Dark Parent Magic. Dead Man's Android. Dead Cow Juice Investigation. Milk? A Song for My Computer. Beautiful. Beast Boxing. Yo! That's a good title. The Dead Farmer's Instrument. The Kennel. A Beacon of Hope. No space in the loading zone. What are you talking about? Dark Parent Magic. Whoa. You should buy one mixed one. Yeah, we would looped back to prices sucking. Now that's pretty true. Whoa. Oh wait. No, wrong song. They don't even play the same way. It's the wrong song. Do we want more kids' films? Not really. Hello.
Oh.
Damn, I don't even know what to do nowadays. So wait, does this actually show a new release? Nope. Nope. Pressure Washer Simulator? I have not... Did you just... bad action film. Yeah, I would also think that The Siege of the Giant Breakfast is a bad action film, to be honest. Good old Pressure Washer Simulator. Those are pretty chill. I haven't played one in a little bit, though. Oops. Under pressure. Oh, I wonder, hold on. I'm trying to figure out if they... Okay, so just advertises the shop. Also, that's not what my shop looks like. Where's my title? Offering of the Big Toe. Kingfish. Santa's body part is coming to town. This sounds cool. Parent in Moonbase 42. What's up? Inheriting the Grandpa.
Ooh.
Hey, speaking of which, thanks to Sanders Thaddeus, we have finally hit 7,300 followers. Dude, no way. Just as I was like, man, you know, I don't think we'll ever hit that number because some account's gonna get banned like tomorrow. And I bet you that's exactly what's gonna happen. Tomorrow we're gonna look. Ooh. We did it! 7,300! We did it! And tomorrow a bot is gonna get banned. And we're gonna be at 7,299 again. It's gonna be quite comedic. Nosferatu. Huh? To whom it may concern, please be respectful of others and try to keep this bathroom clean. The last time I attempted to use the toilet, I simply couldn't. There was more pee on the floor than in the bowl. If you miss, you clean. That's the rule. Huh. Where's the light switch in here?
Oh.
Hi. Phone home. Oh, that's not phone home. Phone. We're out of phone homes? Oh, someone broke the Galactic Rebellion. Oh, how many copies? Oh, 104 rentals. So lightning. Can we even buy phone home? Nope. Unfortunately, sir, I don't think we have a phone home. It's under kid, right? Oh, we do.
Oh.
Bad name to love. Yeah, shot through the heart. And you're to blame. Oh yeah. By the way, you know what's interesting about this game? There was another release a couple days before this one came out. That was basically just a multiplayer variation of this game, or of yeah, but that one came out first, I should say. So this is like the single player variation. I have seen that AC/DC is on a tour. I feel like this isn't reserved. Why'd you put this here? I feel like AC/DC has reached the point where they are genuinely too old. I'm sorry, there's a point where I feel like the age is there. Wait, you were at a concert? Okay, so how did you like it? Because you were actually there. You liked it? It was good? Yeah, it was a VHS Store multiplayer game. They just coincidentally released at the same time. Within a week's time between each other.
Ooh.
People went crazy? Okay. I was told, and I mean, I saw like a post on Reddit that made it seem like they aren't that good. I mean, you know, they're old people now. They're old. We had this conversation during my Ada Wong run. That like AC/DC, man, they're old now, you know? It's crazy. I feel like they should have retired like 10 years ago, maybe 20. On one hand, really cool they're still playing. On the other hand, damn. When did they stop? In the grave. Yeah, you're right. I think they reserved it, but I gave him a different copy. So, on one hand, it's a good thing there aren't going to be more genres, because I mean, this layout works just fine. On the other hand, I've been considering still like shifting everything over to the right and having that second aisle there. This is the box that you found? The coffin prankster. Sounds like Impractical Jokers or whatever. Something they would pull. Angus was giving it. Honestly, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'd love to see them live. It won't be anywhere near their peak, obviously, but their peak was probably before my birth. Nice. Nice. Song suggestion. Can you make it appropriate to the 1970s and 80s? If so, then yes. However, I must be right back because it is time to run ads because life is a roller coaster. And life sucks. We'll be back after this short commercial break. And we're back. Just for the record, this released in 1993, but that's okay. Let's just pretend that it released earlier. The immersion is broken temporarily. This is a banger. Life is a highway. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry. That song is definitely not. Rascal Flatts, there's no way, right? 2006. It's like, there's no way that's early 90s. I was like, that's the 2000s for sure. So what's the next new release? No, it's so far away. So we need 1,000 films and all the store expansions. We'll get the 1,500 ones soon, TM. I'm trying to think of what to connect there. Maybe we move the horror section back into the next room. But then what would be here? And the reason that I don't want to put, like, Christmas and kids here or there is because I already planned for that to be back here in connection to the arcade. Yeah, we finished Requiem. We finished Requiem 2, 3, 4, and 5 at this point. And then we have Revelations 1 and 2 to play next. And 6. Eventually. But I'm taking a small break from Resident Evil. Temporarily. The next day. We only made 192 bucks. I got an ad that shows above chat when you click... and then clicked your channel, which I have a sub for, and... that 2-minute ad is still playing. Like, who's getting credit for that ad? You think that's bad? For like 2 years in a row. 2 years. I, the streamer, in my own creator dashboard, had to watch ads. In my own stream preview, it played ads. It was so pointless that I just stopped using the stream preview. There was no point. I've been dodging spoilers everywhere like The Matrix, and not so long ago I got to play it. Hell yeah, so how'd you like it? Because I enjoyed it so much that I ended up playing more of the franchise. Infinite money glitch? Yeah, I wish it worked that way. I wish. Can I just bot my ad views? Actually, that's probably what people do. Unironically. You felt pressure to buy snacks by your staff. That's dude. What do you mean forced to buy snacks? One is at the register, so you only talk to her when you're checking out. And she's too busy restocking everything. There's no way. Is up kind of short? Yeah, I mean, I ended up getting every achievement at the very end. So for me, it lasted a lot longer, but I've memorized the entire game at this point. We should be expecting DLC. They already said it's like pretty far along in their production. Far in production. See the article telling you to bot your views until you get enough real viewers to break even? Yeah, from the one CEO. That was like, if you're not view botting at this point, then you're just not doing it right. Yeah, I saw that. There's no point. Because people who want to find a streamer will not typically look for a jumbo big streamer like that. Unless they're like full on lurker. Like, how many of you really seek out a streamer with more than like 100, 200 viewers? I assume not very many. What? Am I in your way? Like... I just look for interesting people in the thumbnails generally. For me, it depends. On YouTube, I only really look for no commentary playthroughs of stuff. My entire thing with YouTube is...
Hey.
I want to see gameplay, and I don't really need any like person commenting on it. For Twitch,
Oh.
yeah, I typically look for someone that's interesting looking, but I find that the most successful way to do that is to just go off of a streamer you already like, and look at what other people watch from there. Like Ico viewers also watch, and what do we have? I can't really see what the names are, but Voice of the Void. Also, that if I have an obsession with a specific game, it is highly likely that I will just go to the category. One time I ever go out of my way. Hold up. Philosopher. Huh? Oh, this one.
Ooh.
Only time I ever go out of my way for a stream with 1K viewers is when Twitch is doing something drops related that could rely on streaming for multiple hours to get all the drops. No, you say that, but like they pretty much lock out at like 2 hours. I always have to find a streamer that just started and they have like 10 viewers in Phasmophobia, for example, and then I open that and they go for like 6 hours. Unless you're like a Kinetic Games partner. Those partners go for a little longer.
Ah.
Could be a thing for trying to find some established stuff about content. Look, if I want to watch more Voices of the Void content, I try to find a Voices of the Void video with tens of thousands of views, but if I'm looking for a streamer, I end up looking for someone between 20 and 100 viewers. Yeah, that's pretty much me too, except no commentary playthroughs, right? Or there's like these people who do Souls likes, but they do lore runs. So as they play the game, they pause for a moment, and it's basically no commentary until they get to a specific portion. And when they get to that portion, they sit there for about 10, 20 minutes, and they explain the lore for something coming up or something that you just passed.
Oh.
So Lexi, that's how I find Sims players at night. Dude, I haven't watched a Sims stream in a long time. When that Chewy brought up Voices of Void when I was also typing about it. I really like Voices of Void, especially more watching people play it. Yeah, I mean... You know me. That's like a top 5 game of all time to me. The game's not even out yet, man. I think when we're done with this game, we're probably gonna end up picking up some Voices of the Void again. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's been a fair amount of updates now, so we can play the game again. Because last time we played it was in October, right? Yeah, for Halloween, we played the Halloween event.
Hey.
What's your custom content folder like for Voices of the Void? Completely empty. I know you can do a bunch of stuff for it, but I just don't bother. Now, if you want to know what my Voices of the Void folder looks like,
Ooh.
it's like 50 gigs. I have every single version from like 0.2.0 all the way to 0.8.0e.
Wow.
I can actually verify that. I think it's under this folder. This it? Where is it? Voices of the Void. No. I don't remember where I put it. Voices of the Void old versions. 56 gigabytes. Let's see, what versions do I have? 0.2.2 demo, 0.4.1, 0.6.0, 0.7, 0.8, 0.8D, 0.8B, 0.8E, 0.82, 0.82B, 0.8.2 final. God. We even checked the things today, the shows, movies. The Farmer Body Snatchers. I mean, that sounds real. Oh no, he's back. We need more romance. We need a bad romance. Lady Gaga.
Oh.
Junky speakers. I kind of just play the game by default as it is. But I saw that one of the developers, Vesper, he gave Grimmy a new version of the game for 0.9, I think. But, dude, he gave her a version that's stacked. I don't know if we have any Phantom Troll. Well, let me look. I think we're all out. It's completely clean. The entire thing is clean. There's no dirt. Oh my god, we got another hollow. Limited edition. He just gave her that. Neon Spirit Tension. Puppet Discharge. Dripping on the Loaf. Butler Unmasked. That actually sounds kind of cool. It's a shame it's a bad critic. The Cake in the Velvet Room. Sure, man. Lady Gaga wasn't alive in 1991? Really? Really?
Hey.
Hey, wake up. Just for that, you're gonna work more faster. Was there no dolphin you put up there? Oh, I did. You're right. What? Why did this... We had phone home. There's no space. I see what the problem is. Grace, you're a loyal customer. Alright.
Oh.
Just for you. Let her go. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a sucker for the black hair, the sunglasses. Glasses mean they're lying? That's okay. Sometimes it's okay to get manipulated. It builds character. Steven left me for the Jester. Dude, Steven! I would watch this solely because of the stupid title. Maybe Steven's based. Would you guys leave her for the Jester? He wanted the Clussy. Fair. Honestly, I get that. But yeah, as far as like the streamer stuff goes, I look for smaller streamers typically. Even though my favorite streamer, Grimmy, is like a definitely not a small streamer. But you know, she's friends with Alfina, she's friends with Gingy, she's friends with Ghosty. All great channels. And they all love Voices of the Void. But they all have a different Voices of the Void playstyle. And dude, that's what I like to see. That is exactly what I like to see. Because I can never get bored of watching playthroughs if someone plays completely differently from like everybody else. Alfina loves the cleaning stuff. So she focuses on cleaning the entire facility over anything else. Grimmy is afraid of stepping outside. So she's like paranoia simulator. Ghosty just runs around in the middle of the night. No care in the world that there are like orbs around her. Ah! time, all three. I don't even know what my playstyle is. I think it changes. I basically just change it every single time I play. My first playthrough was Paranoia Simulator. I didn't want to leave the house. My second playthrough was focus on cleaning the facility. My third playthrough was ignore the facility. Let's go explore and see some events outside. I remember the fourth playthrough was... I think that was off stream, actually, now that I think about it. They're YouTube streamers? Ooh, a Moko. I don't really watch a lot of Hololive anymore. Sometimes Shiori, sometimes Iris, and that's about it. It's just like, I'm too used to Twitch. It's kind of just annoying to look for streams on YouTube. Although ERB, she does stream on Twitch. So that's cool. It's just also coincidentally whenever Grimmy's probably live. I run around all day and night, but lock myself in there. If there are orbs and focus on cleaning and refurbing the whole place, including building the whole section of the base. I feel like typically my end goal is to have two Kerfers, two Kerfuses, at least one crypto mining thing, which I think was nerfed. I don't know, but one crypto mining machine. Was there anything else that I think that's it. Those are like the main things. Our last playthrough that we did, not counting the Halloween one, I just wanted to find some like random events. I still have yet to find the TARDIS signal. So next time we play, I'm gonna try my best. I don't know. I'm gonna try my best to get that TARDIS event. I think I've seen every other event that's been discovered, except for the TARDIS. I need to see it. I know it's not even that crazy, because it just appears for like a couple seconds and disappears, but I want to see it. It was so weird when I looked at the Hollow Ian sub counts and seeing how the majority of them have less than 1 million subs. Yeah, I mean, some of the OGs got it pretty fast. I know Mume was pretty fast to get her 1 mil. Gura, obviously. I know, I'm kind of like... I really fell off of Hololive. It's not even that I don't care or like that I don't like Hololive, it's just I've been so distracted with other stuff. And we get jump scared by alien with big gun. Dude, that Grimmy clip was hilarious. Right. Oh, there's 4 of them now. Oh my goodness. Yo, dude. They were earning so much less, and I don't know why. Like overall, because our spending does not apply. Dead Man's Elf. Why are you bald?
Whoa!
A lot more new signals. That's fine. That's good at least. Bonjour. You broke a Phantom Patrol? Like, come on, dude. Duh. Do I have a copy? I do. Fortunately, we have many copies of Phantom Patrol. 3 active ones, the top 3, if Callie, Ina, and Kiara, and then Fuamoko. Ina! I haven't watched her in a bit.
Oh.
Damn, what's going on today? I mean, I guess there are a lot of reservations.
Oh.
Today should be a big day. I'm hoping that people buy a lot of... Oh, it's only 50%. But we have a lot of horror movies. That's our big spender. Also sci-fi, but... Oh, people don't buy a lot of sci-fi. Alright, hurry. Why your arm bend? You see that? Double jointed? I feel like she's one of the reasons that it's slow spending right now. She doesn't equate to like the speed of the checkout. I don't know. I have no idea. Sorry, excuse me. A new release. Well, you're not really in the right place for new releases, homie.
Oh.
Damn, people be going in there. Maybe I need to start handing out more flyers. No!
Hey.
Ooh. Wow.
Spawn camping? Spawn camping? Oh, hey. Sup?
Oh.
Oh.
Come on, zoom. It's like Pepe, but... What, angry frown? What, Madge? The Madge we have in this channel is my favorite. I don't like the one that's just normal. I like the, like, squambly one. More of a pathetic face? I don't know, we have so many. We have so many emotes. I have to start, like, removing some. Why you hire a narcoleptic? What do you mean? They all do that. It's crazy.
Whoa.
I'm not sure. We have like 700, 800 emotes. I cut it down to like 600, and then these people keep adding new ones that no one uses.
Hey.
Ah.
I'm gonna cut down on a bunch of them. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a cat person. Let's just Let's make that blatantly obvious. If I could find alternatives that are just raccoons or dogs, I would probably do that. The song is a banger too. Man. Phil Collins. I wonder if my first introduction to Phil Collins that I remember is from Tarzan, the Tarzan intro.
Oh. Oh.
Do you guys have a favorite Phil Collins song? I wonder if I do. Can't think of one off the top of my head. It's not this. I don't think it's In the Air Tonight either. Oh, here's a Tarzan one. This one is yours? This is a good one. Where is it? It's over there. What a good kid film. Here you go.
Ooh. Huh?
Oh.
Nah, this song is really good. What's up, Shirquan? Dude, Shirquan, you gotta be proud of me, man. I wrote a C++ program to say, "Hello world." No! No, not appliance in my mouth. I'm proud of you, dude. Thank you so much. I also got 100% on my IT course. Granted, that's not that impressive considering the questions were like, what is a byte? What is an object? Was C++ always a portable language? What is this? What do you mean? That's leave. C++ was never portable? Precisely. New release tomorrow. Let's go. And I got a cool hookup from my professor.
Hey.
For Dev++. But like some newer version that is privately like updated or something for newer versions of Windows. Ireland, hello! What are we Pepe Wing for? Not a fan of C++, are we? Smiling stepbrother. One shot, one zombie. Dead Man's Elf. It's there again. The Dragon's Perfect Match. The Bun Puzzle Pals. What was that? Last one? One shot, one dead. It's cold? I knew it. I knew it. Oh, I know why you Pepe W. You don't like Phil Collins.
Hey, Samara! Sudaru Sappa no ba.
Poor man's Peter Gabriel. What? Ban this guy. Oh my god, new movie. Alright, everybody, place your bets. What genre? I'm thinking romance. In 3, 2, 1. Oh my, it's Home Alone. I'm sorry, how much per movie? 45 per movie? Oh my god, $300 for 10. Holiday Break-In is crazy. And to no one's surprise, we didn't get a shiny. I do really like Home Alone. It's certainly one of my favorite movies for the Christmas time. A true holiday classic. Dude, I mean, they weren't even trying to hide it. They even kept the appearance of the bandits. The sticky bandits. Should we buy more? Probably later. I think 10 is good for now. I don't think they'll all sell out that quickly.
Ooh.
I was about to say never mind, but that's a different film. Very different. Something new release.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna give him Home Alone solely because I think it might start selling out soon. I mean, we're already down one. Can you stop? I need better, like, direction controls here for these characters. Hey, loving the hair. What's up? Comedy. Oh wait, comedy. She said comedy. I don't remember. Did she say old comedy? Whatever. Pay the court a fine.
Ooh.
No. Yes. Yes. Most certainly. Might even have to be a little bit louder. While it rains. Splendid. I even look at the store here because we got a completely new release. 2 Wheels, 1 Uncle. The Queen of the Relic. That one sounds cool. He waits for the gesture. The plant's perfect gift. Dude, Leaf's got a Christmas special? Christmas Eve with my bodybuilder. Right. Let's buy more copies of Holiday Break-In. Let's just buy another 10. I think we'll make back enough to have over 1K. And to nobody... Yes, we got one. We got a shiny. Let's go. Let's go. Woohoo. Oh, we got 2 shinies. Lucky me. Xmas. Stressing. See that? She typoed her own words. Gargoyle. What broke? Biscuit boxing? Nah, just toss it. Finally, all of the Jurassic films have finally sold. Meaning now we can just put random films in there that we don't need. You want a police movie?
Oh.
Police. Oh, it's her again. With the cool glasses. Whoa. I think it's time we finally display this one. It's kind of weird this released in... in the springtime, but alright. Which one am I gonna take out? Oh man, I just like blocked off an entire path. Let's get rid of the Star Wars one. I just created a maze. Do we have an extra copy? We do. Which means we can sell that one. Cool. No, not cool. Not cool at all. Hold on. Better. Yes. Yeah. So Phantom Patrol is going to be... Is it the last day or is tomorrow the last day? Tomorrow is the final day for Phantom Patrol. So we've got quite the collection. I'm gonna take these out. I think new releases are the ones that should just be on display. Do we really not have a Xenocat limited edition copy? How did this happen? I don't know if we can guarantee a limited edition by just buying, like, duplicates. I don't think that's how it works. You want a Western film? He waits for the jester. Yeah, I think it's better to make this many copies or get this many new release copies because we had 4 shelves almost full and only half remains. Less than half. What broke? Wait, there's so many broken ones. No, this is a Shere Kwan film. No. And what was the other one? This one sucked. No need. No need for a copy. Although, man, that was a police film. I'm out here trying to get like a full aisle of police films. Whoa, tall. Damn. Damn. What's up?
Hey.
Still considering moving around the tiles. Hey, sup? You want an old police film? I think, surely I didn't just give away the only one we have. That is at least decently, there you go.
Wow.
Let's go look at the employees. Or, applicants. Nope. Terrible. Does she have runner? Is that what's going on here? She doesn't even have runner. What is runner? Faster walk speed. Maybe it's just because she's fast with the return station. Although, gotta be honest, it doesn't feel like it sometimes. Alright, what copies of films should we start selling? Maybe make some room somewhere. I think it's either sci-fi, drama, or horror, but I kind of like... We're gonna have a whole room for horror, so we're gonna need more shelves. It's funny, these franchises basically just... They're here, but, like, I don't even stock them up. Because she scuffs it. All right. This is great. I want to see if we can make it to the summertime. Hey, how old is the song? Pretty sure this is 80s. It is. No, another one broke. Blazing Officer. I feel like, man, that's a lot of broken ones coming back lately. Just today, we got 3 broken ones. Man, maybe tomorrow will be a voices day. What is this? Action hero in town. Look, this is like... Here's a 4-day... Maybe almost like 5 days between these releases. 6 over here. 5 here. 4 here. Damn, we might actually be able to shelve 3 new releases soon. Update better let you goof off and go bowling next door. I mean, the update needs something for sure, because I don't know what they can do to keep the life cycle of this game going. I don't think it'll be enough to just have new releases. And new genres wouldn't bring me back either, I don't think. I think an expansion of the store somehow, I don't know how, but that would be a big one. I think generally what I would do in their position is let us increase the size of the main room. Let us buy a double register and a double return desk for like double worker speed. The ability to have like custom VHSs would be cool. Definitely need like a bit of an overhaul on the NPCs to make it more interesting, because right now it's kind of like the same thing every single time. Another day, another dollar. Deep Space Dew, I don't know why, but it makes me think of ginger beer. Oh wow, we're out of snacks. Oh yeah, we forced them to eat the snacks. Yeah, you were forced to buy them. That's why they're sold out. What's up, Ryan? Back to a normal schedule? Hell yeah. Sounds good, man. I'm gonna buy another snack shelf. Let's fill these up with ones that we've never used before. Force the customers to buy more tickets. Yes. Or snacks, rather. Snacks. Yeah, welcome back to the land of a normal schedule, man. Happy to hear it. 200,000 channel points. Schlatt will block me on Twitter. I can do that for free. Although I'm too lazy and I don't use Twitter much. The only instance where I use Twitter is if someone sends me a link and then I'll scroll for a little bit until I realize how bad it is again. And I don't use Blue Sky because I'm gonna be honest with you, either no one's on there or like nothing of interest is on there for me. Small reserve spot at this point of the game is odd. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we max out. Look, see? See? So now we have to put this on the side.
Hi.
I'm curious, if I were to put this on a different shelf, can I just have a reserved shelf? Okay, well, that's not the kind of shelf we want for that.
Ooh. Oh.
Oh.
It's okay. They're showing up. They're getting their reservations.
Whoa.
Ooh. This made me think of this banger. Damn! Never mind. So far, the Galaxy Bar, Sweet Buster, and the Breakfast Bar are the most popular. From my analysis. I have to run ads, unfortunately, so we will be right back after this ad break, because life is suffering. Life is suffering. Be right back. Okay. Back to it.
Oh.
What? Want to time me out? Don't do that. What is happening? I don't want to accidentally, like, turn the PC off, man. That would suck. What I want to see is if the new releases are going to continue in the wintertime after a full year loop of the game, or are we gonna just hit the like stopping point, or will they start giving us like a franchise?
Hey.
Like, will we get, was it Galactic Empire 5? What was it again? Galactic Rebellion. Can we get the 5th one? I have a feeling probably not. But surely they have enough content for like multiple year playthroughs, right?
Ooh. Oh.
Bravo.
Checking if there's any films laying around here.
Ooh.
So today, so long as I don't spend, which I don't really plan on doing, but you know.
Oh.
We should hit 1500. That'll give us section E. I need a little bit more. I need like 1700 to be certain.
Ooh.
I believe Phantom Patrol is going to be. This is the final day of its new release cycle.
Ooh.
That is our final reserved one. Phone home. Enjoy. And here I am looking at Milk Carton Wanted. I mean, I'm just looking at what the... Princess in Love. Damn, that's a good one, though. Okay, we'll buy this. And this. The Starlit Tub, no. Captain Alien Invasion, no. Climbing Butler Mountain, no. A Scientist and His Lord! I mean, I have to get the Scientist film. No way we got another one. How many does this dude have? Is this just like the Doctor Who of this universe? Scientist and his appliance, a Minotaur and a vial. Scientist and his gamblers, Scientist and his lord. Are there any poorly rated ones? Looks like no. I could swear there was one poorly rated one though. This is a bad horror movie. I remember this one.
Ooh.
Now I'm curious. Scientist and his appliance. Good critic. Scientist is the Lord. Old, good critic. Sailor, old. Good critic. Good critic. Just a film. Good critic. That's it. He has not... Wait, syringe experiment? They're all... No, they're all either good rating or... They're either well reviewed or just kind of average. Oh, perfect movies. The Marvel movies wish they could be that good. This is crazy, man. I can't believe there's not... I could swear there was one that had like a bad rating. I wonder if it changed. Well, The Plant Lost in Space has been booked 20 times and still hasn't changed the rating. Do you have all of them? I don't know. Because some of them are not The Scientist and some of them are Minotaur and a Vial. Right? Or like... The Spellbook Experiment. Where's the syringe one? It's probably booked right now, huh? Did we lose that one? Did that one break and I just didn't notice? The syringe experiment. Copies owned 1. It's a common print rarity. We only have 2 broken sci-fi films. Aside from like the one that I threw out in the start. We have this one and we have this one. I took it out of the display case because I'm just gonna do new releases in the display cases. The new shiny ones. And the movies that we really like, we just put them, we just frame them. I was thinking of putting some sort of frame here above this to represent the franchise. Maybe a small frame? No special treatment. Dude, she has her own frame. And it lights up. Which one's my favorite? I think the syringe one. I think I like the syringe experiment the most. Nah, I don't know. The Wraith one's kind of meh. I think I'm gonna go with the syringe. Martian Experiment is also really cool. Which one's the highest rated? 4? 2.5? 3.5? Ooh. 4.5. 4.5. 4. 4. 3.5. So the Butler and the Wraith are the highest rated. What's up, Ramus? Discord down for anyone? I see it. So I don't think it's down. Yeah, it's up for me. Game's so good, you playing on a Wednesday? What's up, H Brown? We're long done with Community Wednesdays. Last time I tried to host one, it didn't seem like anyone was interested, so I just kind of said, all right, well, I think we're done with those for a while. Whoa. Sup? I own the shop right. Jumbo Manhunt. What is this? Spoilers! Bad backs! Now we know. Now we know. Remember that. We got a sneak peek at bad backs. Whoa. What do we got? Toaster moving on. Wow, not an appliance moving on, but a toaster. Murdered sailor on the 38th Street. This is like the next part of this franchise. The banjo during Christmas night. Dude, who watches this? Dude! That's not my fault. Aw. Doesn't even show the new release. So you know what this makes you wonder? I wonder if during the Christmas thing we could have seen what the two films were.
Hey.
Because it feels like every single category, every single genre gets two of their own films. You want an oldie? What about an old comedy? This show's been scuffing a lot recently. I re-downloaded it some time ago after it broke completely. There was only a test build available. At least the new version seems less scuffed though. Yeah, I don't know. Discord. Discord's Discord. It's actually funny. I canceled my Nitro, and it spammed me for the last, like, 3 days that they're offering a 30% discount on my Nitro for a month. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Give me the update, then let me summon Santa's lap during Christmas. Whoa! Hello. Old drama. You wanna watch with me? How about Steven left me for the Jester? I would say, you know, if you want to join the Fluxer server, you can, but Fluxer has not been any better, in all honesty. Even now, I just tried to open it. Oh, wait, no. Oh, it loaded. Not gonna much in the way of trying to get me to resub. Fluxer just needs a bit of time. Yeah. It'll get there. I have hope. Do I think it's gonna replace Discord? Well, did Blue Sky replace Twitter? No, not really. I expect the same treatment, to be honest. Someone really broke a copy of Home Alone, dude.
Oh.
When did Home Alone release date? 1990. Okay, okay. Wait, we should fact check all of these. We know Star Wars Galactic Rebellion for sure. Jurassic Park was probably 93. Oh. Unbelievable. My immersion is ruined. I need a video game refund. The Color Purple movie. This is like 80s. Yeah, okay. Ghostbusters release date. This is like 80s. Yeah, 84. Star Wars? No, there's no point. E.T., I know that one is like early. Okay, the other ones make sense. So, how dare they? Jurassic Park. They time traveled for that one.
Ooh.
I'm pissed. Let us buy the expansion. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Wait. This can just be a substantially larger horror section. Tango with my Marine.
Oh.
I was gonna say we just got 3 releases of horror films, like new releases, but no. Xenocat is technically not a horror film, it's sci-fi. We got the Actually treatment there. Sorry, what did you want again? Old fantasy?
Ooh.
Do what your what? I already forgot what I said, so... Whatever it was... Dude, I'm trying to redecorate. It's like now they know. Kid movie.
Oh.
I haven't the slightest idea what it is that I said. Not even... I don't even know what I was talking about. Something about the horror section? That's all I got. Yeah, of course. Now everybody needs my attention. Everybody needs me now. Old action film. Did you say old action? You did say old action.
Ah.
It's about Tango? Oh, somebody reserved Tango with my Marine. Yeah, it's just a classic film. Was this really necessary? You just had to raise the ceiling here, huh? Man, now we need more horror films. Like I said, kids films and Christmas are gonna be moved over to behind the arcade. Raise the roof. Exactly what I didn't say. Raise the roof, and I said raise the ceiling. Damn it all. Damn it all. Raise the roof. Wait. Oh, okay, it's just connected. Because I was like, if A doesn't connect here, then we're cooked. Roof's attached to the ceiling, innit? No, the ceiling's attached to the roof. Checkmate, atheist. Dude, they're still out here. We're gonna need more shelves. We're gonna need more horror films. We're gonna have to look for bundles that, see, because it's just mixed. This is 10 random movies. We don't want that. Actually, the roof's attached to the building. Damn it. He's right. We were both wrong. Opinions on the song? What broke? We just got this, man. Oh, we have 2 copies. Nah, if we got 2 copies, no point making a duplicate. Look, we're almost at new release again. Ain't this crazy? Who dat? Your small business grant has been approved. You will be given $50 to help with your video store. Thanks. They could add something like that, like cool events that can be hosted through sponsorships that you can get. I think they should add like an approval rating system that causes more people to show up, or less if you have bad like approval. You know, if you're doing poorly on Yelp. Something like, I don't know, if you answer the phone and you just hang up, or I would say bad customer service, but these two don't really do much in that. I guess she can deny or accept fees. Enforce them, rather. Rune. I assume that was in the game, to be honest. No. Tis not. The whole gameplay loop is just people show up. I mean, maybe it exists for returning customers. Maybe. We only really ever see Walter, the scientist, the army guy. And every other character looks somewhat the same, and they have different names. Are they doing default VR chat waving? Oh, God. It's all ruined. Dude, it rains every single day in this game. Oh my god. This is not the springtime. Spring is like occasional. The Desert Stolen Ticket. Comedian Temple. Oh damn, we're getting some highly... Oh my god, Santa's mission to the Stolen Dessert. Climbing Sofa Mountain. Heart of the Zoo. The Pirate on the Loose. Damn. We had rain today. I think it was 2 days ago we had rain. I feel like, yeah, I get, you know, April showers bring May flowers, all that. Yeah, true, but like, does it really rain that much?
Hey.
No. Maybe. Maybe I just don't pay attention.
Whoa.
Hold it. Freebird. I mean, this is like hella old. I don't know why I'm checking. Yeah, this is the 70s. I'm like, oh, hold on. Wait a second. How old is this? PC puzzles were friends.
Wow.
I mean, let's be honest. Adult Swim bumps. 1991.
Hey.
Not everything is lore accurate here, okay?
Ooh.
Purely only while I was outside. That's a classic. It's like when my friends planned something out. Like when we finally plan to do something. We get there, it's pouring. So classic.
Hey.
This is no longer a new film. Goodbye, Phantom Busters. Well. Whoa! What's up, Glub? Welcome in, everybody. What's going on? What's going on? Where are you streaming? How's it going? What's up, guys? I'm Aiko, Trash Panda, that's currently running a VHS store. I was playing this game? Oh, hell yeah. How are you liking it? It's very addicting. I can't stop playing it. You could have Adult Swim's Helvetica on Nothing But Black to be correct for the era. No! Stop it. Just started. I need to take a break after 7 hours. Okay, that's my first session of this game. I don't remember how long it was. It was kind of long. What's up, Omega Dramillion? Welcome in, guys. 7 hours is crazy work. I don't remember how long we played the first day. Actually, it was the second time that we played. The second time that we played, I was gonna end, and then I went for like another 2 days, and then we got raided, so I did another additional day. 9 to 5 shift time. Oh my god. Well, you know, they would love it. My workers get some big money. What is it, $65 a day in 1991? This is crazy. I'd work here. Holiday break-in. There you go, homie.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're loving this. I can't stop playing this game. My goal is to get all the limited edition new releases. I'm not gonna show them because that might be spoilers if Glub only just started. Yeah. But ideally, I want to get all the new releases in limited edition. I don't know if they rerun after the full year. Your place is massive. Yeah, we have a lot of space.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been playing for a hot minute.
Oh.
By the second week, yeah. Yeah, it was kind of slow at first to get your upgrades and stuff, and then, I don't know, now we just kind of zoom. But I'm gonna be honest, having 2 workers gets a little boring, because I just stand here. 5 times more than Glove. Well, yeah, you start with this, like, little run-down building. Oh, she's also a recurring character. I was saying it earlier, but...
Ah.
There's a lot of space. There's a lot going on. But it's fun. It's so fun. I can't stop playing. I'm playing with time-appropriate music, so I just looked up a playlist of, like, 70s and 80s hits. I also wanted to include 90s, but we're 1990, 1991, so... Sometimes we let some things slip. Sometimes. I think the most exciting part of this game for me now is just looking at the new releases. I always get really excited when there's something new. My end goal is to get all the expansions, get all of the new releases in limited edition form, and... I think that's it. I don't really know if there's much else for me to do after that. I think we said we would try one more thing, but I don't remember what that was. I did not play Mariah Carey, but I do think that Wham started playing at one point. When the game started to go faster. Honestly, when you get your first worker, I feel like it speeds up the process drastically. So I just put her on the register. Well, not her, but someone that looks exactly like her. And since I don't have to be on register duty anymore, I just did the return desk.
Hey.
But now I have 2 workers, so now I kind of just AFK. I look around, I fix things that... Oh, hold up. The boy is here. Me time with my boat. Oh my god, dude, what is that? Okay. Where werewolves fall. My bandit, her desire. The legend of the cask cowboy. The Blaze hot dog rider. Whatever you're into, I don't judge. I'm not into it. Yeah, he's like a perfect in-between. He either has the worst possible film you could ever imagine. You wanted a good film, right? Yo, check out this one. Let me know how that is. Creamy convict. Yes, you can get a worker for the return station or the register or both in this case. You cannot get any other... I don't think you can. Yeah, you can only do checkout or return station. Guess that's why they call it a tugboat. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm also a little bit of a hoarder. We keep all of the broken VHSs. In my defense... I don't know what my defense is. Why? I don't know. I don't know. I just thought, like, you know, by the end of the playthrough, whenever I'm, like, done with the game, I can just, like, go through all of these. Like, wow, you know, wow, look at all these films. Look, here's my Leafeon's film, the first one that we ever got. I'm a raccoon, okay? I'm allowed to have some trash around. Okay? I'm allowed. Also, in my in my small defense, when a movie breaks and it has like a relatively high rating, we copied the SKU and we get a dupe. We go and like, you know, dupe it. So you have a pile of shiny new releases? See, that's understandable. Holiday break-in. Yes. But then that's the thing. If it breaks, why would I keep it if I could just get a dupe, put it on the shelves, and move on? But, you know, whatever. Whatever. New movie, new movie, new movie, new movie! Okay. Okay. We still have yet to get a romance new release. Maybe... What do you mean mixed? Hey. Who put that there? Probably me. Hey, what? Who put that there? Christmas! Who put a Christmas film down in here? Oh god. That's probably why that happened. Stop calling me. Wrong number. Binning them is the right choice. That is the appropriate... Can I get a different song? I mean, I like the Rolling Stones, but... Perfect. Also, we have a very cool franchise. I don't know if this is supposed to be the Doctor Who of, like, this video game, but we have many of the scientist films. Many. Okay, new release, new release, new release. What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? 13 bot. Wait, finally a new horror film! Let's go! Wait, well, this broke my theory. We got a Jason film. This is the third horror film we got. Okay, so either I'm wrong.
Trash rat.
Yo! Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Dude. Okay. My original theory was that we get 2 new releases for every genre. But I think I'm wrong. I think there might be more. Which means maybe at the end of this year... Or I guess the start of the next year, maybe we'll get more new releases. Let's see, we get 1 more here, and then assuming we get the same amount the next month... If we get 5 new releases a month... Would that add up? We have 2 sci-fi, 1 Christmas, 2 drama, 1 action. We know what one of the action films is. 1 kid film. It might add up, I'm not sure. Every single time they ordered one, they would smile and stare at a remote corner for the adult films. Yeah, I felt really awkward about the adult films, because we just had it like right here where the TV is, and it felt... I just didn't like it being out in the open. It felt odd, man. Oh no! See, this is what I mean. How can I not get a copy of Organ Bleeding to Death? That's a 4.5... That is a 4.5 star movie. I'll be right with you. Hold on. No, in the front door? You could get arrested for that, I think. I don't know.
Oh.
It is a must-watch. You have to watch Organ Bleeding to Death. We have to get a second one of these to put in the front.
Ooh.
Which one do I replace? I think Holiday Break-In, but it's still a new release. For how much longer? 3 days. I really like Back to the Future, but it's so outdated now in the front here. I think we move Draconic Park and we move Back to the Future. I think it's about time. Sorry, pardon me. Sorry, just gotta... Don't mind me. Oh, God. Draconic Park. Hi, how can I help you? Sunset Dynamite, that's one of my favorite films.
Oh.
Watched it 4 times? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Back to the Future in-game? Yes. That is one of the real, like, parody references. Let me get 5 more copies so we can get another poster. Wait, did we get a shiny? We didn't get a limited edition. Now I'm suffering. Yeah, Back to the Future is one of my favorite movies of all time. So I was sorry. So I was really excited when I found it. Old police film. Yes, 1 shot, 1 zombie. Okay, let's put this in the front. I also really like The Ring. It's one of my favorite horror movies of all time. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, but like...
Oh.
I don't know if this is a reference to The Ring or if this is a reference to Poltergeist. It looks more like Poltergeist. I'm not sure. Okay, so we got those in the front. I need to add a 3rd film. What would I add? What would I add? I mean, E.T. was the most recent before those, but... Oh wait, no. Wasn't it Phantom Control? It was Phantom, or Patrol rather, Phantom Patrol. It's Phantom Patrol.
Hey.
Damage tape? No way. Just pay the fee. Come on, man. It's just like no way someone actually broke King Flat. Wait, does that mean I get a limited edition? This is our first limited edition that broke. Oh no. Oh, huge. Do I just get it in limited edition again? Easy. Minus 52 bucks. Can you tell me why borscht? I'm Polish, and my favorite soup in the entire world is borscht. Borscht. Barszcz czerwony z różkami. If I had a massive Halo 3 bus stop poster, I'd keep this shit all the time. Understandable. I used to have the map of GTA. This is not as retro or anything, but GTA 5. I had the map. Oh, you know what? Red Dead 1, the first Red Dead. I had a map of that on my wall for the longest time. Sorry, what did you want again? Just a normal police film? Me too? Hey, hell yeah. What's up, Soul Leader? Keep it there like GameStop with the Halo 3 ad for 15 years. What do you mean GTA 5 is retro? GTA 5 release date. 2013! Oh. Oh, okay. I don't want to talk about it. I don't... Hey, there it is, the syringe experiment. That's not retro.
Hey.
The captain's stolen ticket.
Oh.
Jakie uszka. Oh my god. The word is like slipping my brain. Like mushrooms. Oh my god. No sauce.
Ooh.
Cool. Yeah, I'm Polish, but I live in America, so some words. Hello? What? Hello? Hi. Would you like to perhaps enter the store? Okay. Creep. Dude, this is the second one! They keep breaking Home Alone! Is America as good as it looks? No. It is not. It is not.
Ooh.
You know how many, like, Polish family members come here to visit and, like, look at New York and they see... Like, it's nice, but... like, if you're just there to tour and you're there for, like, a short period of time... It might be okay. It might be okay. If you're there for, like, a month... and you tour New York for like a week of that month, you'll start to see. You'll start to see. What, a Christmas movie? How about... What are the foot movies? Oh yeah, the Big Toe Santa Squad.
Oh.
America's not good to stay in. I don't even think it's that great to tour half the time because, like, you go to New York, it smells bad. Have you been to Las Vegas? Yes, for a week. No, 2 years ago. During the hottest summer in Las Vegas history, supposedly. Yes. Honestly, Vegas was cool, but if you don't like roaches, there are, like, massive cockroaches all over Las Vegas. Like, it was crazy how many there were. It was also, like, more crowded than New York. And that's really saying something. Did you just... Don't you dare. Don't piss me off. Yeah, there are a lot of casinos. Anywhere, I mean, there's the main area in Vegas. I forget what it's called. But the main section is only casinos. The Strip, yes, that's what it... I knew someone was gonna shove the films down. The Strip, yeah. The Strip is only casinos. Close to it, you got, like, Gordon Ramsay's Fish and Chips. That was the first thing that we ate when we got to Vegas. I don't know why. Everyone wanted the fish and chips and the milkshake that he has. It's very specific. Joe, you might know which one it is. Like, everyone's favorite. It's like the biscuit one or something. The biscuit... Biscoff. Was it expensive? Yes. Yes, it was. It was quite expensive. All tourist attractions are going to be expensive. I think the cheapest part of Vegas was when I went to In-N-Out Burger. Because it was away from the Strip. It was pretty far away. And honestly, I don't think In-N-Out Burger is cut out to be what everyone makes of it. I've heard huge opinions. High regards. And I think it's overrated. I really didn't think that In-N-Out was that good. I mean, it was good, but like... I'm assuming it's as bad, if not worse, than stadium prices. I'll give you a really good example. In New York, I went to a convention not too long ago. No, sorry, yes, long ago. What am I talking about? Like in 2017, I went to a convention. It was a completely new convention. And I wanted water because it was a very hot day. So I went down with my friend because he also wanted water. And a bottle of water, Poland Spring, was $9. That was in 2017. So, in order to get water, we stepped out. We stepped out of the building, went down like 2 buildings, found a restaurant, bought water there for like $1.50. And we came back. Yes, $9 for a single bottle, like a normal sized water bottle of Poland Spring. Speaking of Poland Spring, I'm about to drink some. Fanta is neon there, like the donuts are radioactive in Poland. That's not too far from the truth. I don't really drink soda. So that's convention prices though. £8 for a slice of pizza once in central London. £8. God. It's just crazy, man. And yeah, that's central London. So, like, it makes sense, but it's just so annoying. I'm buying another 10 copies. No. Do I? Yes. No! This is gonna be another one where we don't get the shiny, the limited edition. No, dude. I can't accept this. Kto wie, ten wie. Precisely. Sell that. 14 euros, so like $16. I want to visit the Netherlands. There's a lot, like, I want to visit Norway, Sweden, Denmark, basically all of that. The Netherlands. I forgot how it was in English. If you know, you know. Those who know, know. But now you said that, 14 euros, and I'm scared. But again, like, if you go to a tourist site in Poland, like Kraków, you go like to the Rynek, which is like the central town, dude, those prices are pretty crazy too sometimes. Let's not get it too twisted. We paid like almost, what was it, like $200, I think, for a meal. Oh no, I have way too many of these now. No one got candy. Oh, we're all out of these. Some super chips in there. God, there's so many snacks. I feel like I need another shelf. Okay. Are we out of any drinks? Not yet. Hello, please? Come to the store. Why are you standing out in the rain like this?
Ooh.
Come to the store. Come to the store. Ooh. Also, this is another one that I feel like we should be able to, like, God, it's pouring. I feel like we should be able to hire someone to also pass these around.
Wow.
More traction, that'd be pretty cool. Hello, more customers? You don't own a VHS player? What's wrong with you? Holiday break-in.
Ah.
Yeah, we also have an arcade. It's pretty cool. Should I make the Christmas and kids section here, like the next room, or should it just be here in the open? Oh wait, what if it doesn't become a room? Cause look, oh, I think it's just gonna expand here. Then again, it's got like walls. It's showing walls. I guess we'll have to wait and see. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, I need to run ads because Twitch.television hates viewers and by proxy hates streamers. So, if you don't mind giving me a moment here, we're going to be right back so that nobody misses any content. We will return after this short commercial break. Make that money? Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. And the ads are done. My favorite part is that half the time, I don't even go AFK for it. That was loud. I just watch the BRB scene for those 3 minutes, and I'm like, man, I could just be playing the game right now, but at least I can be mesmerized by that. Chewy, thank you for the 5 giftaroonies, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. And you really did get 5 gamers. You got Fusion, TSK, Radiant, Irish Bogan, and Musashi. Look at that. That's crazy. Thank you. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Oh.
Going crazy lately. What just happened? Oh my god, I thought my game crashed and I had a moment of panic. Hello. An adult movie. You got one to suggest?
Oh.
Enjoy. The adult titles are so dumb, I can't. Midnight Gas Mask Assassin. Whoa. This game wouldn't crash? Yeah, you're right. That's actually pretty true. Will love find the mammal? What in the National Geographic? Plant Pot Team, The Last Hope? Leaf assembles the squad. Leafeons assembles the squad. In the new action film, The Space Sorcerer. Organ Wanted. The big flower payoff. Sunset Zombie. You want Holiday Break-In? Here you go. Let me get Sunset Zombie. One of our other franchises. It's given Hotline Miami. Yeah, she only just got a Christmas special. Look at this now. Now she has an action film. Look at this. An action film. She has a police film. She's a hacker in this one. She's in a golfing film, one of the big popular Astro Golf series. Her actual OG release, which is still a horribly, terribly rated film. Pink Neon Cowboy. I mean, this has to be... I can't believe this is a 0-star film. All because that serious meta comedy. You're right. That one comedy spin-off led to 6 movies releasing, like, one by one.
Huh?
She doesn't have a romance film yet. Does she have a drama film? I don't think she has a drama. This is her comedy right here. The Plant Pot Obsession. They always said, stay a little further back from the TV. I never really listened to those directions. Yes. Sunset Zombie, good pick. No, Fire Strike the Burnt Dwarf. Hi. Do you have an old movie suggestion? 1 second, Leia. There you go.
Wow.
Is this modded in or like is it like Voice of the Void? Yeah, it's like Voice of the Void, but I can only have one. I can't play more than one. You replace a specific file. Normally, if you go to this channel, if you pan into this channel, like before adding this file, it gives you instructions on how to do it. Now we strap 2 TVs to our heads every day if you're not Aiko. Hey, Aiko did it every day for several years, right? Oh my god, there's a new one. His massive tub strikes again. Dancing with my toaster. I'm not getting those, those suck. Another one. I made some bootleg, but whatever. I would argue I still have more hours in VR chat than people who still play today. Maybe not more than everybody, but definitely more than, like, the majority here. And I don't play anymore at all. It's uninstalled forever. Why don't you get more adult films to fill up the adult section? Because they suck. I want better titled ones, man. But you're right, I probably should. It's kind of annoying that I can't order them on the computer. Fine, what does he have? Hey, good pick. Pay the fee. What I miss? Not much. Just zooming around. So we got Easter coming up. Kid movie rentals. I feel like that's not typically what would release or would be popular on Easter, but whatever. We need another new release, man. Come on. Come on. Scratch his neck. Like an addict. Please, more. More new releases, please. I don't know. It was kind of bothering me it was here. Although now I can't. Whatever. Hey. Hey. Work faster. She just slowed down for a moment. You see that? God damn it. Why do we always look there when it's Madness Interactive? I should change it to the second one now. I ended up not locking them behind FOMO and, you know, people not being able to watch those if they missed a week or something. So they are slowly uploading to YouTube. I think we should have. There's no reason to pause here. She's just organizing. Let her do that real quick. Did they upload it or not? think I queued them for like Sunday of last week. This is the wrong channel. Yeah, okay, so 3 of these are uploaded now. What? Damn it. 2 of them are 5 minutes and 1 second, and one of them is 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Granted, I did, like, trim out a portion. And the next day. Whoa. Don't put that there. Oh. Wow. Okay. The doghouse on Mars. Waitress. The missing clue. $30 for a half a star. I mean... money. The big idea. Yes. I would watch that. GeForce Troll Racer. No. The dog on Planet X. The smoke behind the mask. Milk Carton Laboratory. Nightfall on Den Ranch. Death to the Bandit. Come on, that's a Western film. Explosive Statue. Sure, let's get that. Let's get that. This is a jammer. Stop. Why do you organize it there? God. Just stop. Ugh. Dang it. If only they open the store themselves. But I can understand why they don't. Yes, I used to play a lot of Team Fortress 2. But I'm talking like OG days TF2.
Ooh.
I was a sniper main.
Hey.
Man vs. Machine, I did enjoy MVM a lot. My friends and I really, really enjoyed that one. Seriously, someone broke a copy? What is this? 3.5, Dead Man's Elf? I already thought this one was dumb, so I'm not getting it. No need for a copy. Scientist and his Wraith. Good choice.
Wow.
Hell yeah, though, MVM. I haven't played in a long time. No, please! Alright, we're putting these on sale. This is gonna be another repetition of, like, buying 1,000,000 films and not getting what we want. I also liked Scout. I was between Scout and Sniper. For sure. Oh god, we're cooked.
Oh.
I wasn't very good at Spy. I don't know why. I think I got better at Spy later when I started playing more like Trouble in Terrorist Town. Yeah, stuff like that. The good old TTT. That's Gmod, but that certainly like impacted my gameplay. Dude, there's no way.
Oh.
Come on. How do I reject a gifted sub? Well, you don't. It's too late. Get deleted.
Oh.
Get that guy out of here. Get him out of here. Another one. You call me Tiger? Yo, Ashley, you want to watch it with me? Let me pick one out for us.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, no worries. Goodbye. Fine, I'm leaving. Have a good stream. No, you're probably going to bed. Understandable. Have a good night. Later, Chewie. Thinking for the 5 gifted again. And for the 10 the other day. Jesus. This guy's just going crazy. Dude. I need to be able to sort the films a little bit better. This cannot be happening. What broke? No, a cozy biscuit holiday. That was not that loved actually. Apparently, only 8 copies sold or rented. Ouch! Ouch! Why did you throw that at me? Hi, I'm returning a missed call. Did you call me a couple minutes ago? No, I did not. I don't call people. Basically ever. Scout bonk. Nah, that's like the sound effect of sniper getting a headshot. This is... Oh, it's an airplane. This is very disappointing.
Oh.
You know, at this rate though, we'll never get that second expansion to this place because I'm spending 100 a pop to get a... Oh my god. Dude.
Hey.
So there's 25 here. We've purchased 45 copies.
Wow.
Very good trick shot with the Huntsman. I was never really into trick shots. Some of my friends were. They definitely enjoyed doing like trick shot stuff. I kind of just... I just like playing the game.
Oh.
I'm typically kind of boring with my gameplay of stuff. For example, I've been playing The Division 2 lately.
Oh.
But I'm very slow-paced. I don't think I can play with anyone else, solely for the fact that they would probably want to, like, rush through it. Meanwhile, I'm like, dude, I'm sitting in the back with my sniper. I'm taking my time, enjoying, you know, the combat sequence. This is why I probably can't do any of the higher difficulties, because they bum rush you, and you can get one shot. You get Zerg rushed in that. I'm just gonna keep recommending these. Someone please buy these. Please. Please. I'm gonna buy another 5. This is insane. I disagree. What is that, 50 copies now? We've purchased 50 copies? Not even one in 50 copies. God. What happened here? I don't know, but I'm gonna kill them. They threw one that was getting sold. Make more money for MVM tickets? Wait, what were those again? What are MVM tickets? I don't remember. Oh, this artist sucks. I don't know. Thing that allows you to play MVM? Oh. Oh, it's just straight up the... Oh, okay. Wait. Was that always a thing? Why? Stop. We got one. We got a shiny. Let's go. Alright, the rest of this is to get sold. We have... Okay, so it took us 60 copies to get one limited edition. One. Give me the other horror films. We got The Static Haunting. You go to sleep? Alrighty. Well, good night. Thanks for... I'm not Gary. 2 streams watched today is enough? Yeah, understandable. Understandable. It's also late in Poland. Poland.
Hey.
So you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, for hanging out after the raid. Yo, Sound and Vision. Yeah, this is a really bad artist, but I figured I would just let it play. I don't know. It fits all the bad movies that we have, you know, categorized here. Cause that glove took us here. Thank you, I appreciate that. I know these vibes are a little bit different, but... Later, toast. Have a good night. No bias, though? Yeah, no bias at all. Yeah. No biases at all. Not even a little bit. So we have discovered now that yes, if you have... Actually, I think I know what it is. If you only have a limited edition copy of a movie, you will only get the limited edition duplicate. Which I think means if I have never gotten a Back to the Future limited edition cover, there's no way for me to dupe this to get a limited edition. I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's how it functions. Which is highly unfortunate because that means if there isn't repeated release, it wouldn't make sense unless they like show up in the shop. Now I don't know. Oh wait, what's this song? What actually is this song? Oh, it's the other line. Dude. I'm skipping it. Okay, this might be an instance where it would make sense to have double the capacity. Where are my workers? Oh, God. I need more movies for sale. What do I do? Whatever, dude. Home Alone is so Christmas. The Bandit Freak Show. Okay, listen. Today is looking like a busy day. Let's just turbo boost. Come on. Let's just go. You know what? I'm completely okay with that. That is perfectly okay. How many more do we have? No, there's so many new releases. Wait, what? No, wait, okay, yeah, that makes sense, Herman. That makes sense. Hi. A good movie. The Invasive Sorcerer. Ooh. Okay. Time to save. Save money. There's an expansion that we need to focus on, and on top of that, let's just, you know, consider the fact that there's a new release tomorrow again. I can't take this pressure anymore. I'm shutting the business down. It's over. Yes.
Ooh.
Late night bomb exchange. Hurry up. What's up?
Hey.
How's that happen? You know, I can't even jump onto here. I just randomly, like, climb it when I don't... Okay. So, Joe the Lion isn't even, like, the greatest ever? It's sound and vision? This is unbelievable. So why don't you just call yourself Sound and Vision? What do you mean? I didn't say that. Dude. You said, yo, Sound and Vision, and I said, damn, that song's terrible. And then you said, I'd argue the greatest ever.
Hey, somebody!
Dude, I don't need a washing machine in this business. Oh, did I say the artist wasn't great? Oh, maybe you're right. That sounds more like what I would have said. Hey. You want an old Christmas film? Oh, that's not. This is reserved.
Ooh.
Are there any other reserved films I have to know about that are just randomly tossed into the... We need those. Cozy Den Holiday.
Oh.
Damn, so wait, hold on. Oh, this is the last day for this to be a new release. But... Oh, this is the last release of the spring. And then we get into the medieval fair, so fantasy movies pop off. So far, the only fantasy film we have is Draconic Park. Old drama film.
Oh.
Dr. Lane's Chosen Ape? Damn it. There's nothing there, man. Where the franchise would be. Dude, this franchise rents out a lot. The Scientist one kind of slowed down.
Ooh.
What happened here? Okay, so that means I was wrong. There won't be 3 new releases at the same time. That will not happen. But that's okay. That's okay. I am quite excited to see what the next one is. Hi.
Oh.
I think this would be my favorite song. It's either this or Starman. Although this one reminds me of an X. So by proxy, it's kind of soiled. But not. This guy looks like Sheen from Jimmy Neutron. Dude, it's Sheen! Awesome.
Hey.
Yo. Holiday break-in. Lady, you... Well... I guess you lucked out because today is literally the final day that I can buy a copy. Why is it $45, man?
Wow.
Boy looking out the window of his Berlin recording studio as his producers meeting his mistress.
Oh.
Interesting. I do like this song. And I do like Starman. A lot of Bowie, and the reason that I meme so much is because it's soiled by high school relationships, but you know, that's high school, you know, the years ago. I don't talk to those people anymore. So I'm at this point where I don't let stuff like that affect me anymore, but you know, the things that have affected me in the past are still there. So it's hard to hard to just like move it away. You should try this sight thing I found. What'd you find? What'd you find? Oh, the color. Yes. We have tried that on stream. I am not good at that one, man. I don't know. I forget the color so fast for some reason. Oh my god, it's still saved in my like history thing. Serious without a boat? Dude, what? Okay, like a maroonish, but more like towards pink. A lighter maroon. Like this. Duh! What's the highest score? Okay, like a navy blue. But like lighter. No, it was like... What? It was darker. I don't... it's just pink. Salmon? I don't know. I already forgot what it was. Whatever. Go like a... It's like midnight. Midnight club. Like closer to purple. Like this. It's actually... Oh! That was our best one. I wonder if that would help me, actually. No! Stop giving me the pink ones, man. I hate this color. I already forgot what it looks like. It looked ugly, though. I don't know. Was it darker? Whatever. It's like a brown. Wow, okay. Koi. Post score and challenge a friend. No, but I'm gonna do it one more time. I don't know, peach. Dude. How do I even get that color? Like what? Jitterbug. Dude, this is not how it looked. I already forgot how it looked. Man. Orange. Hello? It was like a lighter orange? Sure, man. No! Damn it! Okay, camo green. Something like this. Damn, it was darker. What, like a dark turquoise? What would this even be? Aquamarine! How dark was it? Why am I so bad at remembering these? It was actually a lot lighter than I... No, dude. I can't with these. I don't know, full brightness pink. Like, it's pink, but just... Boom. Saturation is your main issue? Dude, I can't think of... Better than 20... The other one was 40%. One more. I don't know, like a lime green, but like a little less saturated. Dude, what? That's not even what it looked like. Dark green. No, didn't look like that. I mean, that was pretty good. What, gray? Slightly bluish gray? What? Am I crazy? That didn't even look like that, man. That's how it looked? I think I'm tripping. I actually think I'm like tripping balls. Oh, look, camo again. Oh, this is crazy. Too bright. Damn. Lime green. Dude, the moment I get to this part, it just like... I feel like it was more yellowish. Was it brighter? I don't know. No, dude, it's always an 8. I mean, that was a pretty good run, though, right? Better than 54% of the players. 40.70 out of 50. This one ruined us. Dude, God damn it, I didn't want that. How do these people be cheating? Yeah, they probably like screenshot this, I'm gonna be honest. I already forgot what it looked like. I'm so sad. No, I knew it was darker. I was hoping to get 7s at least across the board. I hate the pinks and the purples. They all look the same in my brain. I'm not even colorblind. It's just, I already forgot what it looks like because I was yapping. Moron. Idiot. Was it like this? Oh my god. I don't know. Yeah, okay. How is that closer? A lighter camo? I say lighter, but like this? It was not a lighter. It's not a lighter. Nice controller skills. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I am using a controller to do this. I don't know what the hell this is. Guys, what is wrong with me? It's this controller. No, it's gotta be the controller. I keep side... Well, okay, never mind. Barney the dinosaur. Okay? Think to myself. Barney the dinosaur. And we got this. I mean, that's Barney the dinosaur. Some men have less color cones, so it's only natural. I'm going back to my video game, dude. Sick of this. Sick of this. This is where I truly thrive. In my VHS store. I'm old, alright? Did you know that old people, especially men, actually they become colorblind after like the age of 21, so. Source? I made it up. But I'm a streamer, so it just makes sense that you would believe me. You think you never became an artist? Absolutely. Dude, let me tell you. One of my most prideful... One of my favorite art pieces that I made was a very scuffed Vegeta. Oh my god, and the only pride point was that I made him Super Saiyan, so I was happy with how the spiked hair looked. It didn't even look like Vegeta. If I found that today, I would die laughing looking at it. It was so bad. It was so bad, dude. I was never into art. I like music. It is likely that if I did one of those, like, challenges... Like, Bandle, I think I'm pretty good at Bandle. But we don't run them here. Not anymore. I got tired of stalling. I just wanted to play the games. To be fair, maybe if I played, like, for longer intervals than 4 or 5 hours, I feel like stalling would have been fine, but... Respectful pancake lover. I love pancakes. Hot take. Apparently, but I think pancakes are simply the best breakfast around. There's nothing close. You can argue, like, scrambled eggs. Yeah, that's true. I eat scrambled eggs, like, 3 times a week. But nothing beats pancakes. Maybe it's because I don't make them every week. Press W to get off the computer. I would never press that. Dude, press and hold W now. You're not having fun streaming, that you're doing something wrong, having a blast? Hell yeah, I love streaming. I wouldn't be here for these long intervals. I do kind of like, because of all the things I have to do throughout the day, I don't have the time to commit to long hours of streaming, but that makes the 4 hours or so special. Try Alt F4 instead. You're right, Clixit. That would have been quite comedic, but I would probably hate myself considering the day is over. Respectful pancake lover. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah. God. It could be worse. Who is the dancing queen? It's actually Fausto. This is his theme song. Death to the organ. Hey, a classic. We just got a copy of that. Again. Wait, what? Never mind, I lied. No, it was organ bleeding to death, not death to the organ. No! The Outlaw's big toe! Hey, keep the feet films going. These gotta be, what's his name? Tarantino's. These are Tarantino films for sure. Let's go bowling. If only, dude. Feels like this is the only business running over here. Something really odd about seeing an ice cream shop, but not with like an open window. You know what I mean? Like the... I don't know. I don't know. I'm yapping. New release today. Here we go. New release, new release, new release. I always forget you can see it there. I didn't actually look at it though. So, will it finally be a romance film? Or maybe a western, or maybe a police film? Will it finally be something new, a new category? If it's action, it might be Bad Backs. It might be. Let's find out. I'm betting on... What do I want to bet on? What category? I'm thinking probably... Western. It's gonna be a Western film. Hell Motel. Oh my god, The Shining. So we just got a fourth horror movie. Here's Johnny.
Oh.
Wow, another horror movie. Dude. I mean, I'm thriving. This is my favorite genre. This is great. Give me all your adult films. No. We don't have those anymore. The evil spirits will drive you mad in Hell Hotel. Alright, we have to get a second one to put up front. Can I get an adult film? This is not Adult Swim. Okay? We don't have adult films. I'm glad this is only 20 bucks a pop. That means I can buy 10 and not feel bad. Look at that. And there it is. In all of its glory. Boom. Okay, great. Sup, man?
Ooh.
Oh. Which one do we take out? A holiday break-in. Oh god, help.
Hi.
Hey.
Sorry, be right with you. Just gotta display stuff, you know? Lawless skeleton. Yes.
Oh.
Dude, don't throw it on the floor. Dude, you're right. My bad, dude. Okay. Dude, it's the popcorn, man. Okay, we have to... Okay. Get selling. Unfortunately, though, I have to run ads, so we'll be back after this commercial break that just started because I can't pause them anymore, man. Damn it. Sweet. Yeah, I have 4 different versions of... Hello? Stop that. No! It's showing my tab! No! The taskbar, rather. Dude, hey man. Yeah, long time no see. So, what do you want? Phantom Patrol. Sure.
Ah.
Yeah, I have 4 different versions of Firefox. Technically, one is like, what is it, a fork? One of them is Zen. I have Zen, I have Firefox, Firefox Developer Edition, and I have Firefox Nightly. And they're all for something different. I know you can just do profiles, and it's like the smart thing to do. But I have 4 versions of Firefox.
Huh?
Ah! To be fair, in my brain, it is so much easier to just open a different version of Firefox to do whatever it is I have to do than it is to switch profiles. And, you know, one day I'll go live and I'll be on the basic Firefox that I always use. And I'll be on the wrong thing. And then it's like, oh, now we know this guy lives on the 99th floor in Manhattan, right next to Central Park. We're gonna throw a grenade into his building. How? I don't know. A grenade launcher. Can it even reach 99 floors? Probably. Nosferatu. You wanna see the manager? What? Pay the money. It's $2. Oh, it's $20. You broke it. The late fees, I waive sometimes. The broken VHS tapes, I can't make exceptions, man. What did you do? I have a life and I'm super busy. I can't be here all the time. Cut me some slack, will you? Nope. Dude, the Statue of Liberty. I don't want to think about that. Now I'm pissed. Now I'm pissed. Hi. Wash my banjo. Right. Yeah.
Ooh.
Enjoy. It's like the most highly rated film we have. So the final new release is Hell Motel. Which, you know, dude. Oh, yo, what's up, Walter? What's up, man? How's it going? Yeah, buy one. Thank you. You want to buy a second? All right, cool. Good talk. So my theory was wrong again, ladies and gentlemen. I thought there would only be 2 to 3 releases per genre, and now we have a 4th release. Oh. Give me that. We have a 4th release in the horror genre, which means we can finally get rid of this. This is sci-fi. Oh! Holiday Break-In.
Ooh.
You guys have a favorite Christmas film? And if you say Die Hard, you're banned? Sick Nasty, like totally radical, dude. Haha. I mean, this needs more than what it has. I think we need to frame some stuff. Nightmare Before Christmas. That's acceptable. That means you can watch it twice a year. Later, Walter. Hey, Walter. Good to see you, man. Yeah, it is Walter. Just want to make sure. I mean, I just like Home Alone. I have no shame. I'm not really a Christmas guy in general, so... You shoot your eye out. Nah. Plus 38 and 36. This thing doesn't sell as much as I thought it would. I'm curious, like, how do they make these? Because we know it's not AI. Because they confirmed it isn't, unless they're lying. Doesn't look AI generated. Someone with real artistic prowess would need to tell me if it is. Because honestly, sometimes I just be looking at stuff like actual, like art on when I used to look at Twitter or something. And I was like, damn, this is really good art. And then it turns out it was AI. I'm like, okay, great. And this is why I stopped using Twitter as much, because I just couldn't tell anymore. Draconic Park one was iffy. I mean, they're all iffy looking, but apparently they're not AI. If this was AI, I probably wouldn't be playing it as much as, like, I wouldn't care for it as much. I think Steam requires you to, let me see. Pretty sure Steam requires that they put, like, an AI disclaimer somewhere as well. Yeah, no, nothing AI. I wonder if there are any new posts. Just for the record, we're waiting for it to clean the place, so it gives me time to tab out and check. They have a book simulator game. On the world? Okay, if this person makes a vinyl shop like simulator, I'm down. Might I just commission a bunch of artists? Looking at some, they seem like the kind of style a lot of Twitter artists have for D&D stuff. I wonder if they have credits somewhere. Not here, but... What was that? Oh, it's just movement. Tools, hand, move, design. Sell object, inspect object. Currency? Oh my god, we could have changed it from dollary dues. Oh yeah, I'm gonna expand the FOV to 100. Whoa! That's crazy. What style is digital art? You know me and my art knowledge. They have a website. Okay, it led me to Discord with an invalid invite. That is not their website. Dude, I just want to see. I only have 2 achievements missing. The first thing to do when playing management games is with currency. Check gameplay options, because I want to see some KM and euros. Fair. Oh, NFTs. Dude, they even have an additional note thing that says, while we use Unreal Engine, we do not utilize heavy graphics features, such as nanite lumen, deferred rendering, or TSR. The game includes extensive customizable graphics options, which it does. It does. Please allow us to punch rude customers. Where do they have discussion threads? Where's the community hub? On the 21st, they sold 100,000 copies. Pog. Wait, there's a roadmap. Backstore storage, VHS repair station, some sort of community voted feature, video games. More decorations, more music. We don't really listen to music. Unlocks. Even though Retro Rewind has launched as a full release, we have no plans to charge for future content. Whoa. I saw AI for a second, and I was like, no, but it's AI tasks, like the NPCs. What? Some of these comments are so dumb. Yeah, they're going to improve the AI a little bit. Or they already did. Rent out VHS. How about the ability to rent out VHS systems? Oh. Wait, true. I didn't even think about that. That makes so much sense. Music CDs, music cassettes, and music vinyls. Dude, yes. Film adult, manga. No. Weebs out. No. Although there should be like some sort of anime genre. I don't disagree with that. We've been AFK this whole time and she still hasn't even finished. Change the movie title and cover art. That would be cool. Posters facing outside the store to draw customers in. I mean, we just do that. Change prices. Nah, I don't think there's a reason to do that. I think these are fairly priced for rentals. Movie shelving. The same way it becomes genre shelving, if there's only 2 or more movies with the same name, it becomes a movie shelf. Yes. 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 I agree. So there will be video game rentals. That is an upcoming thing. But it's like later in the roadmap. Cool, dude. Very cool. Very cool. Well, you know what? That's good. 90s developer sim. Yeah, because they also have like a bookstore. Economy could use a bit of work. $50 to repair the machine seems too cheap. $50? What? Audio cue needed when employee goes to the bathroom. You actually can hear them. Yes. Teen and child NPCs. Oh, ask to see ID. Yeah. Yeah. Add day of the week with the time on the upper right of the screen. Nah, I don't care about that. Ability to sell pre-made popcorn. We already have that. Buy or find special tapes, decorations, etc. during special event days. Oh, you want to raise? $4? Sure, but work faster. Oh, let's look at the sales. So what do we got? All of these suck. Santa's instrument is coming to town. The sacrificial officer. Whoa. The milk's perfect gift. Monkey daydreaming. Nah. The ghost town strongman. No. What's good, homie? Plant pot obsession. No. Whatever. This one I like. The angry android has to be fixed.
Ooh.
Unacceptable. Though, I mean, if you can just, like, purchase it from the black market instead of repair it, like... I don't know. Maybe the repairing is kind of dumb. Then again, I guess it's more legal to just repair it yourself. I do like the idea of VHS sales. I wonder what the community voted on thing is.
Oh.
I mean, listen. It's so foreign these days. But game developers actually just having their community vote on stuff. Like, I wanted to join the Discord, but I can't find it. Like, it doesn't exist when I click on this. Okay, copy this. And maybe it's because of this. Maybe, like, it got flooded. Maybe the community got flooded. Retro Rewind Discord. Yo, what's up? This is a really long name. Love's last melodies for her bubblegum. Jeez. This is not Retro Rewind. Hi. The parent, a beacon of hope. Yeah, you know, that's a fair one. No! Oh, no, 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 no. That's unacceptable. This is my favorite one! Of course it broke. Now I'm pissed. Now I'm pissed. We should execute whoever broke it.
Oh.
Who covered this song? Dude.
Oh.
I remember the cover more than the original. I don't... What song is this? I mean, I know the song, but who covered this? Discords and socials. Wait, they posted this in 2025? Oh, here it is. Bloodpack Studios. This is the permanent one? Yeah, okay. I'm joining. I'm curious. Yeah, so right now all they really have in terms of
Oh.
stuff coming up is the storage, controller integration, additional languages, VHS repair station, community voted feature. I wonder what they're voting on. Let's see. Where do we see that? Survey? Community voted feature. Okay. Whoa, Jesus. Pay. So the committee is voting on VIP club or customer profiles and fee history. Okay, I want that. I'm voting on that. Oh, I need to verify. Yes. Okay, VIP club, customer profiles and fee history. Yes. That would be awesome. There's a bootleg business plus police inspections. So everything we discussed is currently being voted on pretty much. But also they are voting on movie collector. So I guess like one specific person, or maybe we collect movies, but I mean we already do that. So maybe there's like a specific NPC that shows up. No, the popcorn machine has never been out of order. Have you not been here in like the last year? Dude. Romance. Driving to forget my loaf.
Ooh.
So yeah, that's cool.
Oh.
I'm sorry, what? Wait. There's a cheat room. This is a bad idea, joining the Discord. Where's the cheat room? I wonder if it's like... Well, now I'm curious.
Ooh.
I mean, it can't be connected to there, so it has to be here somewhere. I'm not gonna use any cheats, just for the record, but I'm curious where it would be. I mean, my only assumption would be that it's when the dude's open, right? I thought it might be toilet related, but clearly not. Just flush myself. Huh. I mean, this is unnamed. Is there a doorway in the adult section? The adults only section was before that section was put in. No door that I remember. I wonder if you need like the whole layout first. My only assumption would be the bathroom, but doesn't really seem like that's the case. My only real guess is that it's outside, because we didn't really explore when that dude visited. We'll be able to check tomorrow. Getting hungry. What's annoying about like getting hungry while streaming is I get like jittery. On top of having like all the coffee throughout the day. What was that? Like a donking noise. I really thought it would be here. We done? Come on. And where else would it be? I shouldn't have read that, because now I'm going to be looking. That being said, yeah, we're going to use the cheats. I just want to find it. I want to know. I wonder how many, like, other secrets they have. I've just been treating this like your typical simulator game, you know? I wanted to see the discussion threads. Watchable TV in the game. We have that. Oh, framed releases. I mean, I guess I kind of already did that. Data sorting? Oh, yeah. It would be cool to be able to, like, sort by acquired acquisition or something. Yeah, passing out flyers. A third employee that passes out flyers would be cool. Do staff skills level up? That'd be cool. Has anyone noticed there's not a single movie that has 3 stars? That's not true. I've definitely seen a 3-star movie. Am I crazy? Okay, 2.5. This would be crazy that if there's not a 3-star movie. 3.5, 4. There's no way. 4. 4. 4. Another 4. 3.5. Guys, I don't think there's any 3-star movies. What? Wait. This doesn't go by rating. Wow, there's... I don't... Maybe they're right. Or maybe they just gaslit me. Ooh, suggestions. Level up and more control for people you hired. They can just sort videos or put them on the shelves or both. Better database of videos. Lock a video on the shelf. Yes. Special videos on showcase. I just want to see all the suggestions for future content. Addition of historical movie periods. A shop pet. I don't think we would get one. I don't know. Interactions outside the store would be cool. Oh, grab a coffee nearby. Yes, the customer history and loyalty system is huge. I think they should have just uncapped the levels. Let it just keep going. Alright, anyways. She's still working, huh? In these instances, I feel like I should just help. Come on. Come on. We have so many movies. Oh, dude. What does she do all day? Are you serious? I mean, there's no point in firing her unless there's like a rating that's higher than fast. We need people with thick-skinned. That's like a big one. Taylor is almost the perfect employee. Actually, honestly, she pretty much is. She hasn't even taken a sick day. Remember, I said that, like, even if she called in for a sick day, that's totally fine, because she's got every other stat that's perfect. And she hasn't even called one in since we hired her. I don't know. I don't know if she's like sorting it or what's happening there when she's standing. I assume she's sorting them. I'm kind of convinced that the secret room, the cheat room, is most likely in the outside, which means you can only access it twice a week. What in the world? What happened? Invisible film. What? Why did you put a Christmas film here? Oh. Yeah, that's fair. I did think about that. Some sort of like password in the computer to make it work. But I don't know. Is it that elaborate? We didn't mix any other genres, right? No, everything else is good. Told myself I would stop joining Discords because I'm in like 200 again, almost. And I literally don't post in any but my own. Even that lately has been on the back burner. Okay, finally. I don't know why she puts... I think they go to the closest shelf, which is understandably reasonable, but it kind of annoys me. I wish it was more spread out. But at the same time, I also wish we can purchase these films. Because random isn't going to give us adult ones either. Whoa, this is a new one. Greenwood Forest. I don't think we have an Archer fantasy film yet. Echoes of a Burning Appliance. I'm curious. Are these in alphabetical order? No. The TV tape. The TV PC. That could be a pretty reasonable play, though. We could just try to get every single tape. That would be insane. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know about that one. Alright, what's new, Scooby-Doo? Oh, Marina... Okay, every time there's a repeated series like that, we have to get it. Oh, Wingman. I don't know if we have any of those. Here's another one of these. Night Elf. Snakeskin Spaceship. The Mailman Collector. What? They came for the letter. This is supposed to be a sci-fi, but that's okay.
Hey.
Hi. You want a bad fantasy film? Fantasy flan. Check out the Echoes of Burning Dog. Oh yeah. Ooh. I know people started hating this song because it became so popular. I just think of, I think the dude that made it like a lot more popular was the dude skating, or he was longboarding, and he had just a like gallon of, I think it was like cranberry juice, unironically, or something like that. Or maybe it was iced tea. I don't really remember. I don't remember what it was. But he was singing and then just drinking from this gallon. That's cool. Hopefully I can be old and do that. If you're gonna see an old man holding like a gallon of Arizona iced tea. You're like, damn, I hope I'm him. Don't you dare. Dude. First of all, you just asked for the suggestion and now you... Never mind. Just get out of my face.
Oh.
Some of these clients I would tase. This is why we shouldn't be allowed to... We should not be allowed to punch them. Sorry, you wanted 13 bodies.
Ooh.
Look at my store.
Wow.
New? I mean, we're about a year open. Almost. What if the game ends after the summer? I really thought we would hit the summertime today. Damn. Hi. You want sci-fi?
Oh.
I can't believe Back to the Future is new in this day and age. We live in quite the society. We have so many copies of Home Alone. And here I'm wondering why the Xmas things are so stacked to the shelves. Thanks for hanging out, guys. At first I was like, man, this is probably a really boring stream for people. Hey, welcome back, man. Hey. It's not the usual game. We would be playing like horror games. We were going through the entire franchise of Resident Evil. And then it's just like, oh, this isn't Resident Evil. This guy's just running he's in a VHS shop. But I like it. It's so fun. It's chiller vibes. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna settle down anymore, or like if things are gonna change when we start playing Voices of the Void again. Hi, what's up, man? Hell Hotel. Here's Johnny. We haven't collected from these in a hot minute.
Oh.
Aw, I would have let this guy pass without a fee, personally. I do think they should have just uncapped the levels. I'm waiting for that to open. I think it's at 8 p.m.
Oh.
Cran apple orange spray. Huh? I really thought we would, first of all, reach the summer, but I also really thought we would get to like... We would unlock both expansions by now. To be fair, new releases typically drain us of like $1,000 a pop. And we had 4 new releases today. Yes. Let's look at what he has first. Keeping my spaceman oiled up. The Banjo Death movie. The Builder's Big Cowboy. I'm sorry, Double Profit Action? Damn. I would watch that. The Lawless Woman.
Buscando
Oh yeah, the Leafeon's golf movie. What? Wait, this is her. Hello? That's the lady in the bathroom. Oh, this has got to be it. What? Tape dealer, journal entry 103. I hear whispers, rumors of a new technology. The word DVD has reached my ears, a shiny disc that promises perfection with no rewinding. Something that will replace VHS tapes forever. I fear this may be the end of my reign. How will I adapt? Will I choose to adapt? Can I pirate DVDs? The DVD dealer doesn't sound as good, that's true. Oh! $1,000, make clients normal height. Make clients, every client very tall, make them small. Activating any cheat will permanently flag the save file with cheat enabled. No. No. I would do it for the meme. I saw a paper, but hold on. I want to get the last two achievements. That's everything? Wait, what? Oh, you mean that's like, that's it for cheats? I mean, plus $1,000 is kind of crazy. Considering how long it takes us to get to that. I don't know what else we would get aside from maybe like OP workers. Rewinding. There was a time when every weekend began with a simple ritual. I would go there with my parents, excited to rent a movie for the night. We would watch it together in the basement, where my father had installed a home cinema system so we could truly share an experience as a family. In the winter, we would sit there while the fireplace crackled softly in the background watching movies. Other times I rent a video game for the week. Sometimes they were great, sometimes they were terrible, but it was always a surprise. All we had to rely on was the box art and the recommendations of the staff, because there were no online reviews or even internet back then. This game was inspired by those childhood memories and by the stories shared by our players. I hope it resonates with you, the way those moments influenced who I became and the game it has grown into. Dedicated to my family, friends and family. Love you. Oh, the developer's note. The developer wrote that. Cool. Yeah, no cheats. I'd be fine to get achievements and play around with cheats, but even the cheats aren't crazy. I mean, I kind of want to see how small they get if we set them to be small. What's up, Wild Tech Ninja? Welcome in, welcome in. We just make every single client microscopic. That would be extremely comedic. It would be a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids scenario. Still organizing. Still gotta sell all of these. For half the price that I purchased them for. It's just great. It's just great. That's okay. I deserve it. I deserve it because I really want to get every single... We should probably move this to the horror section. since it's all horror films. So we have officially acquired four new releases for horror films. The only one that we do not have a limited edition of, which I actually kind of disagree with. I'm pretty sure we had one, but it's Bad Dreams on Mel Road is missing a limited edition. I actually refuse to believe that we didn't get one though. My brain vividly remembers getting one. Did we get a copy of this? I think we did. But yeah, I wouldn't even cheat in this playthrough. I would probably make a new one. Because if a new update comes in, I think I would just continue off this playthrough, yeah? For new genres. And new level up stuff. The only instance I could see being like worth starting fresh. I mean, I don't know. I can't even think of anything, to be honest. Not in particular. At the moment. I think they should randomize the genres by level, because I didn't even realize they were set in an order. The stuff on the bottom, like the machines and all the decorations, that's fair, and the staff. I think genre doesn't really matter. I think they should just randomize that. It'd be more exciting to see what genre you get per level instead. Can we, like, check how many copies I have? No. Come on, there's gotta be a way to know how many we have in stock. That's unfortunate. That's something I'd like to know. We need 1,000 for that one achievement. I don't think this is 1,000. I think the first achievement we got was like 300. This is nowhere near 1,000. But let's be honest, the horror section, I will expand it as much as I can when the appropriate purchases arrive. We could buy 10 fantasy. Let's do that. Let's do that. Why not? So what do we got? The Cauldron's Sacred Oath. The Squire's Final Syringe. The Queen's Lair. The Abyssal Tobacco. Knight's Path to his Fisherman. The Doghouse versus the Kraken. Right. The Genie and the Bodybuilder. Huh? The Quest for the Holy Clairvoyant. That sounds pretty real. The Queen of the Keyboard. Downvote. That's not fantasy, that's sci-fi. The Pot Plant Dungeon. The Plant Pot Dungeon. Whoa, Leafeon's film. A new one has arrived. In shelves today. We might actually have to expand the fantasy section because of my dumb mistake buying 10 just now. There's no way there aren't four... Oh, no. Well, yeah, but there's some rented out. I'm sorry. What? No, not driving to bring my loaf. No. I think romance was dumb to put here in the back. I think drama should have had double, like, big shelves. Actually, I don't know. It wouldn't fit. Sci-fi has 4 shelves, dude. Granted, one of them is a franchise, alright? But it has 4 shelves. Maybe not fully stacked. Not yet. The full plan will be to expand the horror section. I think this is my favorite. And eventually, when we get the final room expansion, it's gonna be kids and Christmas. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that right there is a good time to call it for the day, because I am jittery from hunger and caffeine, and I am overwhelmingly caffeinated today. Give me my music player now. Dude, sure, play that. Dude, sure. Something smells like burning. There's a third Oshinoko season? I thought it ended. Alright. Guys, thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. We will be back tomorrow, but be sure to follow my socials and join the Discord if you've not done so. I'd greatly appreciate it. Ads are literally... Nope, snooze them. Nope, snooze them. Just snooze the ads. I'm not running more. I'm ending the stream. GG's. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the raids, the gifted subs and stuff. Thanks for hanging out, of course. Appreciate it. Thanks for chatting about, listening to my yaps while we organize this really cool VHS shop. And I'm going to send you guys to the greatest channel on twitch.tv, the Raccoon Chill Zone. Big GG's. Have a good rest of your days. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, then I'll see you when I see you next. Or if I don't ever see you again, then I'll never see you again. I'm actually just thinking of changing the ending soon, the ending scene. But do I really want to do everything like Adult Swim style? I mean, I guess our BRB scene isn't Adult Swim style. That's just retro. I'll think of something for the ending screen. But I still want to make use of the metal logo that we have by Joe the Lion 26. I'll think of something. We'll figure it out. Alright, geez. See you guys later. Peace.